welcome to NPCA cricket here at Mornington. We've had a change in location. We've got the Mornington and Muridock game in Peninsula. Neil Williams, Michael Voss with me. Some of the other boys will join us during the afternoon. Bright sunshine here, having driven through bits and patches of rain and a few delayed started games. Afternoon to you, Michael.
Good afternoon, Neil. Turning into a beautiful day, isn't it?
It looks very nice here. Sections of the peninsula aren't. The delayed start old boys, also a delayed start Bellum Park and Bonio, and a delayed start for Ryan Tyab. They'll be just about ready to get on. They were going to have an inspection at 1 o'clock. One game's off to a fly start, Baxter and Pines, which got transferred to Baxter. Baxter batting 1 for 42 off 6 overs. They've really got stuck into it here. Muridock batting in over number 10, and the score is none for 22. And here's a familiar face of a leg spinner who's been around a little bit, Michael, bowling at the moment.
Yeah, Bryce bowling his first over. Bryce McGowan, of course. Long time between drinks for him. His last game at Mornington before he played at Dramana a couple of weeks ago was the 92-93 grand final.
Absolutely. That one's fizzed through, beat the keeper, beat everybody. I don't know whether he got a little bit of body or contact on the way. Just fizzed up. Opening batsmen here, Leonage and Brad Williams for Muridock. Benny Williams, I should say.
Mornington would be happy that they've kept the runs down. Like Muridock will be happy they're none down. Mornington would also kept the runs down. It's less than 2.5 and over at the moment.
Oh, absolutely. That bye took it to 22. Yeah, 21 off the first 9 I think's pretty handy. Opened up with Moon and Goddard. Hockey at the other end, and now Bryce McGain's on. And I do like the idea of putting a spinner on early. There's a couple of games we've seen so far this year where they probably didn't attack enough. They probably didn't mix it up enough early on and paid in the later overs. So it's a positive start so far by the Mornington team. And of course, last year Muridock defeated Mornington twice. They defeated Somerville twice, who ended up runners-up, and defeated Mornington twice. So they're always a dangerous side, Muridock, even though their consistency can sometimes be questioned.
Yeah, look, they've had a close loss to Heather Hill this year, and they've had a disappointing loss against Mount Eliza, but their form wasn't great heading in towards those games. I think they played Mornington last year, and that second game, Mornington just... They scorched themselves in that game. Shane Hockey made plenty that day, made 80 or something, and
no one else much helped him.
Yeah, last 5 overs, Mornington totally lost their way and lost the game, and should never have lost it.
Right, there's Hockey bowling now. Ball hit back over his head, but no run. 23 the score, 10 overs completed.
Geez, he batted well Tuesday night.
Yes, well, he equal highest score so far in the T20 with his 87, shared by the marquee player from Mount Martha, who they played in the same game. You don't often see that. Two teams, top scores, same side or same game, 87 each.
Yeah, they both batted pretty well. Shane was really good, and probably if anything, Davenish was probably better. But
hits a clean ball, Steve Davenish.
Oh, he really does. Like Mooney's no slowpoke when it comes to bowling, and he comes in and just basically just put him anywhere he wanted to, and it's just it was as a neutral supporter, Neil, it was good to watch.
Sky bowling. Derby Day, of course, Mick. What do we want in Derby Day? Well, we picked a horse, didn't we? We both agreed, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Maestro.
Yeah. That'll be on later today. Quite a few big races on. I'm sure there'll be a few cricket grounds will have the TV on.
Lexus Archer's just been run. There's quite a few scratchings out of that as well. There was a sure favourite in that, but not sure how that went. There's a single.
Bouncer dived at by the keeper, did a very good job picking it up. So in the absence of Charlie Parker, the keeper for Mornington at the moment, Mick?
He's given that a no ball.
Yeah, I think it was on height.
Yeah.
I'd think a good call.
Keeper Nathan Wells.
Nathan Wells. And it may have been just down leg side a bit too, but on height, it could easily have been called on height, possibly down the leg side.
And who was the umpire out there, Neil?
Good question. I haven't checked
umpires.
that up. I knew who was doing the game at Balnarring where we thought we were going to be before there were Wi-Fi issues. We decided to move here, so I haven't been able to check the umpires, Mick. It's a good question though.
So none for 24 in the 11th over as Hockey goes back, comes in again. Slow ball outside off stump. Batsman just leaving the bat out to poke at it. Goes through to the keeper on the first bounce. No run.
So Baden Powell batting against Langwarren. Lost 2 early wickets. And in fact, I might have lost more. I'm just having a second look there. And for Baden Powell, Dale Elmy, Wheeler and Long all out. So they're 3 down for 26 in the 10th over. Reece Elmy and Trav Kellerman batting at the moment.
I haven't had as close a look at Provincial the first couple of games. Neil, who's the standout side the first couple of games?
Oh, you'd have to say Old Peninsula. Look,
so stock standard.
Very, very dominant. Justin Grant in excellent form, and our good mate John Forrest picking up 4 for 10 in
they
the
don't
T20.
bottom out, do they?
No, they don't seem to. So they're playing very well. The rest of them, I think they probably would have wanted a bit more cricket by now, and probably haven't quite got as much form as they wanted. That Baden Powell would be a bit like that. Dale Elmy hasn't really fired up yet. He went LBW today to Jackson Mockett. Wheeler's gone out to Campbell, who's back. He injured himself a few weeks ago, and Jackson Mockett's got Long out as well. So 3 for 26 in the 10th there. And the other game in Provincial, Long Island are batting against Sorrento, and as I mentioned, Baxter actually moved on to 1 for 48 now. Long Island, Kyle Parrott is the batsman who's out. 1 for 18 there off 7.
Even though there's no wickets down on the scoreboard, and both sides will be happy with the position they're in, Mornington with the run rate, keeping the run rate down, Murdoch with the position of having no wickets down, and they can maybe force the issue, but 2 or 3 times the running between the wickets hasn't been great.
Yep.
There's been many chances out there for run-outs, haven't been able to take one yet, but I think the batsman's just trying to work out what Bryce is doing, trying to read what he's bowling. So he comes in again and just dipping the leg spinner and just clipped away to mid-wicket, no run.
Mount Elias are playing Flinders. Kudidawaku out for 7. Young Sammy Field got that wicket. Opatha's on 15 not out, and Billy Biggs 8 not out. Keith Biggs 1 for 35 off 8 overs. So very bright, enterprising start there from Mount Eliza. And it'd be interesting to see if they do lose a couple of wickets, what difference that'll make, because any good batting that they've done so far this year has really come from the top 2. And if they happen to go out, we'll see what sort of form the rest of the fellas are in. Fuller again, can't put it away. So Williams facing there. That's the end of over number 12. 29, Mick.
29 for none.
So there's been a few changes in venues, with the Carrum Downs game moving to Cannonook. Ballon Park and Bonio moving to Bonio. Bellin Park too wet there.
This is probably going to seem like a silly question, Neil, but I'm going to ask it anyhow. The Carrum Downs rivalry, how's that in cricket circles?
Not that. I reckon Tigers and Seaford Tigers is probably a bigger one.
So it's not as big a rivalry as you might think.
No, they haven't. I mean, over the years they've played a little bit together against each other, but not a lot.
Hockey in again. Another play and miss. Outside off stump.
In that game, Carrum Downs batting first. Early score we got was 1 for 28. Yeah, that's in the 10th over. Lockhart and Waterfall opened the batting. Lockhart now out. Waterfall and Harford are the not out batsmen. So just went out there, and Liam Hewlett picked up the first wicket.
There's an edge and out, caught behind. First wicket to Mornington.
That's with the score on 29, and bowler was Hockey, wasn't he?
Caught behind by Nathan Wells. Man, he can, after about the second or third round last year, I don't think he had a run after 3 games, Neil, and ended up with, over 400 runs and started off this season pretty well also. But he does it with the ball, he does it with the bat, and he's a very good field, so he does it in all aspects of the game. Does the shocker?
He's since he has returned to the club, he's just getting better each year, I reckon, Shane. He looked a bit rusty in his first year, very good last year, and had a ripping start to this season.
Yeah, he like I said, could not take a trick early last year in terms of the runs. He'd snick off for 0 the first couple of games, and it wasn't going well, and then things turned around, and he does it in all aspects.
In sub-districts, Mount Martha and Pearsdale, playing at Pearsdale. Mount Martha batting 4 for 30 off 9. That would be a bit of a surprise, but Swainson's got 3 wickets there. Marshall's got the other one. Devonish out, Holcomb out, Stallworthy out, and Skelly out. So their 4 top bats all missing out there, and they were going to rely a bit on Vemus, Walker, probably Mackenzie and Streak. So that's a great effort by Pearsdale.
Cool.
Mick's being befriended by a dog here.
Yeah. Yeah. She's a good dog, that one.
It's got a decent jaw on it. Wouldn't be waving too much food close, Mick.
If you don't take notice of her, Neil, she'll end up jumping up and hitting you in the
certain parts of your body.
Yeah, exactly right.
Okay, well, we're not necessarily keen on that. 1 for 29 here in over number 13.
Be interesting to see what Mornington do today in regards to their bowling. They don't have Wes Hall playing in this game, so probably the 5th bowler it'll go to somewhere like a Robbie, maybe a Zach will bowl a few overs, maybe Tommy can bowl a couple overs as well.
Is Robbie O'Toole playing today?
Robbie's
he
out
played
there.
all right in the T20.
Yeah, he got 4 for the other night in the T20. No, he's definitely out there. He's in the white.
They've got to use him.
He's in the white floppy out there, the white brimmed hat at point.
I reckon a few years ago, when he was looking very promising as a young spinner, he probably wasn't used enough and in the right situations. You know, you've got to sometimes look after the young spinner and give him a couple of overs, take him off, bring him back when there's a new batsman, a few things like that. They probably didn't do much of that then, and I reckon he went off the boil there for a few years, and it's great to see him back into the ones.
Yeah, he probably won't be saying this, but he was the one that put down a catch at a vital time in the first round, which his confidence wasn't great in the field first game or two, but good to see him getting a few wickets the other night to help him along.
Absolutely. Can't get him off the mark there.
I reckon this is McGain's third over. I don't reckon he's gone for a run so far, Neil.
No, I think it was the bye, which fizzed and jumped past the keeper. Other than that, I can't recall one off the bat. Well, this one has been, and he's hit it well enough, just out of reach, over the top there of the, well, I suppose you call him a wide mid-on, almost a cow corner about 2/3 the way out. And back for two to, no, actually they just took one on that. Gee.
It's a big risk for only one run, isn't it?
Or I misread that, hang on, just, no, it's Benny again, no, it must have got two out of it. That's Williams facing. But the first score off the bat, and you'd have to say it was risky. If you're a spinner and you see a shot like that, you don't worry too much, because it was an uncontrolled shot, it was in the air, and you give yourself a chance for those situations.
Oh!
And it's been backed up. They're too far running through, and no chance of a second run there on the overthrow.
So, end of Bryce McGain's over. Expensive one there. He went for 3 runs off that over. 1 for 32 is a score off 14 overs. Hockey in again to start his 4th over. It's played out towards cover, fielded and no run. Hockey in again. It's played into the ground. That'll be a run. It'll go over the top of the keeper's head there. Nothing he could really do about that. He just got plenty of elevation on the ball and goes through for a single. The 2 umpires, according to my cricketer, Vincent Booth and Matt Craig today, Neil.
Vinnie Booth would be at square leg at the moment. So Craig at the bowler's end.
Hockey in again. And that's a good short ball just to keep him honest. Quicken the ball up there. He's been rolling the fingers across the seam and just keeping the batsman guessing.
And signal there from the square leg umpire that one was above the shoulder, so he won't be able to get away with anything else this over.
Fielded by O'Toole, no run. Hockey in once more.
Swing and a miss from Pereira.
Tell us about some of these guys Murdoch have got, and some of these guys that I might not necessarily too much about in terms of. They get a few guys from outside the comp. They come in and they sort of tend to change them around, but they tend to have a few new ones each year.
They do. Pereira is a pretty handy bat. He was there last year. He's struggling a bit today, but the fellow who went out, Leon Arch, is a new player. He didn't look too bad for his 11 runs that he made. But I think there's a few guys out there who'd be just itching to have an 80 over game so they can concentrate on building up an innings. And Pete Susovich is going to do a rain dance. Is it a non-rain dance?
Is that coming from the studios?
I think it's coming over behind us over our right shoulders here, Mick. The other ones are, well, I'll just try and get their team sheet up and have a bit of a chat then.
McGain in, his 4th over. That's a forceful shot on the leg side, but again, no run. Dogs doing well here, 1 for 33 Murdoch. Keeping the runs down, keeping it pretty tight at this stage. But how far will they go with these two at the moment in terms of... That's well bowled, that's a sweep. Mini appeal, no way of being out that one.
So another couple of another Sri Lankan is Dasanayaka, who'll probably bat somewhere in the middle. Reece Cordeaux, of course, we know plenty of Reece Cordeaux. Huggard's a familiar name, Mark Huggard's son. Nick Williams also playing for them. It's good to see him back. And Premathalaka's not a bad sort of bat in the middle order. And
I know it's not Mark, but I still remember Mark Huggard making 194 here against Mornington, and I reckon it was about 2004. There's an appeal, and I think they had 100 runs or so with the last wicket, and he just teed off.
Yes.
And it was some clinical hitting, and I remember the ball going up in the air on the what would have been a tie, and about where that umpire is standing, Ben Clements dropped one which, well, he was sub at the time. He was only very young at the time too. He dropped that catch, which would have given...
Fizzing off the pitch. Yep.
Which would have given a tie, but that innings still lives long in the memory, I tell you.
Yeah, no, he's a very dangerous batsman, Mark, and they've got a lot of interest in his son. Big strapping lad, a bit like Mark Huggard.
Tell you what, if he's half as good as his old man, they might be pretty happy.
You'll do all right, yeah.
Rain's starting to come down here, just slightly.
Yeah, got a little overcast. It's sort of drifting in from behind us in the camera position.
So over number 17 to be bowled by Shane Hockey comes in and bowls. And swing and a miss outside the off stump, no run.
So this is the 5th over for Hockey. Moon and Goddard both bowled 4. Hockey now in his 5th. McGain has bowled 4 as we move to 17th over.
That is going to pull up just. It's going to be 2.
Bit more rain there. You don't need to move a bit, do you, Mick? You're going to get yourself wet.
That's all right. It's all right. It'll blow over.
It's only water.
I haven't got much of a choice. I've got to sit down, Neil, so... No, I expect Mornington to make a change. Maybe
they've got to bring that 5th bowler in at some point.
I reckon they'll try and start that 5th bowler before we go to the drinks break. I reckon you'll find this will be Hockey's last over, and they'll bring in a 5th bowler. Now,
I can see advantages in keeping a couple back for Hockey. I don't think you should bowl out at this point.
Yeah, it just depends whether you want to go with the other spinner. Being Robbie, who's...
If you had 4 down, you might think of that, looking for your 5th wicket. But only with 1 down, you probably don't.
With the wet ball, you might sort of go, well, why don't we just bowl
for a spinner.
Maybe Zach for a couple overs?
Yep. Yeah, will he bowl a bit of seam up stuff, will he?
He can bowl seam up, yeah.
Probably what's going to be required. The range is easing off now, so I don't... Yeah, it's hard to tell. Maybe it hasn't eased off.
It's definitely got heavier.
Yeah, and you can pick it up on the screen very nicely. It's damp.
I reckon this will blow over.
Oh yes, I don't see it completely ruining the day.
Hockey in again. And diving stop there at point by Robbie O'Toole.
We've got the reason we've got the screenshot up rather than the live is just protecting the camera at the moment from the dampness. So we'll keep talking with you. 1 for 38 off 16.
17.
17 completed now. That's right. Thanks.
So McGain in. Tell you what, spinners do it hard when it comes to weather like this, Neil.
Yes.
When the ball's wet.
And no doubt they'd talk to Bryce and say, what do you want to do? And he might say, look, the ball's okay at the moment. I'll keep going, well, the ball's okay. Because you never quite know what it might be like in 10 overs once there is a bit of a shower around like this.
It's just got a single, so the score's up to 38 for 1 in the 18th. Very miserly. Bryce not giving away too many runs. Had to come in and go for it the other night and run himself out for 0 in the 2020.
Bit of bragging rights to the fieldsman. I've run out of test player. Opatha's 31 not out off 28 for Mount Eliza. They've moved on to 1 for 53 off 13.
Who are they playing?
Mount Eliza playing Flinders.
That's right.
There's a couple of seconds games have moved up to the back ovals at Mount Eliza. They were offered there, which was terrific by Tristan Faithful and the Mount Eliza club to.
They've got that many ovals there now.
Well,
haven't
they've got a total of 4, so big appeal. Vincent Booth, not at all interested, shakes his head, grabs the cap, hands it back to Bryce McGain.
It's actually 5 now, Neil. They've got 5 ovals there.
Oh, what's true? 4 at the depends. Do you count the footy ground? They still
the footy ground they still play on, so they've got 5 there.
So there's 5. Yes, true. So a couple of seconds games have moved to there.
Mornington Murdoch seconds abandoned.
Okay, just going to protect our camera again for a little while from the raindrops. And hockey to continue, Mick.
Yeah, 6th over. He's bowling now. And that's pitched up and well played, well fielded, but giving away the overthrow, which...
2, in fact. 2 to Pereira.
Yeah, 2 runs needless there. 1 for 41 is the score in the 19th over. Murdoch at the crease. Looking at a score before in the NBA, Neil. San Antonio and Chicago, 94 each at 3/4 time. Your Pelicans not playing today?
Yeah, good.
That should only be a single. No, it's going to be 2. A little bit slow round there, just maybe a little bit slippery round there. Cam Moon getting round to try and stop the ball, but wasn't quite quick enough to keep them from going for 2, so the score up to 41.
Baden Powell 4 for 36 against Langwarren. Campbell and Mockett have 2 wickets each. That's not Trav Campbell, his brother. Long Island 2 for 41. Both wickets have fallen to bench from Sorrento. Baxter 3 for 74. Quinn not out on 29. Warwick made 42. And Liam Jackson 2 for 12 playing Pines. Now it's pretty heavy, and they are going to have a bit of a break. I suspect we'll have a little bit of this during today, Michael.
Yeah, it's quite heavy, so fair enough decision there by the umpires just to take the players off for a little bit. Remembering you start at 12:30, so you've got a bit more time at the end of the day now to make up if you can.
Rye and Tybe have started. 3 overs have had. Rye's batting none for 7.
In saying that though, just as soon as they come off, it's got a lot lighter. It is still raining, but it is a lot lighter than what it was when they come off a minute ago. That is a big cloud going over us though at the moment.
Yeah, maybe, I think the worst of it's passed through already. There's big Kenny Kremen.
No mistaking who that is, Neil.
Yeah, I think some of his teammates had accused him of perhaps having a hangover on a Saturday, and I couldn't believe that, but they were smiling at the time, so it was probably a bit of a joke.
So Kenny's probably taken the old leave pass, even though he's not actually playing, Neil.
Not playing today, no, that's true. I imagine he was selected in the twos, so probably quite happy about the twos not playing. He just drifted down to have a look at the first, and just having this break. Don't think they'll be too long before they're back out there.
Interesting, Neil, that I was just thinking about the umpiring situation, and I know the umpires, they could always do with more and all that. This is the fourth game of cricket Mornington's played this year, and the third time Mornington's had Vinnie Booth as an umpire this year.
He can walk to the ground.
Well, that's true too, but sometimes you can get a little bit familiar, a little bit stale doing the one side, I suppose. You would have found that as an umpire, Neil?
Look, there was one year there I had Kringle 5 times in the 1 year, and Robbie Bedford made a century each time.
Well,
so next time he saw me, he said, "Oh, gee, I'm glad to see you here."
That probably wasn't a bad thing, because that was when you were umpiring. Bedford was at his destructive best.
Absolutely, he was. And most of the times he'd have his 100 up. He'd be batting second drop, and he'd have his 100 up before tea.
Well, talking about great innings before, we talked about Mark Huggard's innings.
Yes.
I reckon Robbie Bedford played a game here. The Victorian Shield players, they played a 4X Cup game here in the early 90s.
Yeah, and he made about 200.
Robbie Bedford made 200, and he hit them absolutely everywhere at Mornington. It was a big crowd, and that was some of the cleanest hitting.
Yeah, and Dino Jones was there, and he said, "What are you doing down here? You should be up in our comp." And he said, "Oh, me mates are here." And he got a couple of invitations, but always enjoyed playing down here, Rob.
Of course, Ken Peace did a book, didn't he? The Bush Bradmans.
Yes.
And Robbie Bedford, I think, got a mention in that. He was one of the players profiled in that.
And quite rightly, I would think.
Oh, no doubt.
He had a record in the Country Week, which was second to none. A number of times he peeled off a century in a final.
See, Kringle had Robbie Bedford, we had Peter Buchanan, and you can say, look, you can say Robbie Bedford's about a bat. That's fine. I don't mind you saying that. But see, we had a pretty good sort of man that sort of led our batting as well, like what Kringle had, which was good.
Yep.
Rain's lightened right away.
I've got another update too. Carrum Downs playing Carrum. 1 for 47 in the 17th over. Wicket fell to Liam Hewitt. And Gordon Waterfall's 17 not out at the moment, being joined by Harford.
I remember when Robbie Bedford played for Long Island, and it would have been the year Mornington won the premiership. It would have been 96-97, I reckon. Bedford came off the ground, and he came up to me and my brother in the car, and he goes, "Is there a medical facility around?" He'd been hit in the ribs, and he needed a bit of attention. Simon Burris got him in the ribs. It's the one time I reckon I'd seen Robbie Bedford, and the times I've seen him bat, be in any sort of discomfort.
Yeah. So you'd have volunteered to take him down, would you?
Oh, I think there was a medical facility down the road, so he ended up going there. But yeah, there's another one. Simon Burris, he was quick back in the day.
Now our fellow from Victoria has come from Casey. We talked about him this morning with Jackson Fry. He's batting now for Victoria, and he's just got his first run for the state. Name of Mick?
Oh, now you're testing me,
yeah.
dear.
I know, because every time I come up with a question, you always know that. Bang, just get the answer straight away.
Is it Andrew Singh or something like that?
Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, good to see that happen. The radio will be on soon. We might be back on the ground by then, I think. But it
is light rain. We won't be too long before we're back on.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Not a lot of depth in it all. I think a couple of scores starting to come through. And I think I sent a message on Sky, but Rob Brewer doesn't know which team bats and which team bowls, but we'll sort that out during the afternoon. And game 1 of the World Series. It's start of the 7th innings. It's 5-all.
That's a big game, Neil.
It is a big game. You always want to win that first one, especially, well, it's at the home ground of the Astros, so they would want to win that one at home. 5-all.
But in terms of a big scoring game for a World Series, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Especially if they get a couple of extra runs from now on. You end up with an 8-6 or something, an 8-7. Mount Eliza now 1 for 61 in the 15th. And Rashiapatha is on 36 not out. Having a good start to the season. He was sorely missed by them last year or two, I reckon.
4.5 minutes to go in the NBA game between the San Antonio Spurs and the Chicago Bulls, and the Bulls down by 1. 115 to 114.
Yeah. I like the Ian Cover theory. All basketball games should start with 2 minutes to go, 99 all. Go from there.
They'll probably invent a game like that in the future. Looking at the weather, as we look up towards the Nets.
Yep, the right-hand side
it's bright.
for us.
It's much brighter.
Yeah, blue sky over Safety Beach, as it always is. It's going to be fine. It's going to be okay. They'll be out there pretty soon. The umpires are on the ground now, going out to have a bit of an inspection. Oh, now I'm being told by Johnny Bessick that the Pelicans are up 27-21 at quarter time. So they've had that the late game today.
Are they actually playing? I didn't even notice they were playing.
Late game. But if you knew you were playing the Pelicans in something, it would send a shudder up your spine, wouldn't it, Mick? Fear. Right, so Vinny Booth and his assistant, shouldn't say that, the partner, both going out to have a bit of a look at the ground. Ground would hold up reasonably well, I would think. And there's no visible signs of water on the pitch, so I think they've had a quick look, and I suspect they're going to say, get into it.
Yeah, we'll be out there playing very soon. But probably before COVID, probably about as you go towards the old Woolworths end, probably centre half forward, there was a pipe there that used to just flood. And it was there for probably a year or two. It sort of would always get water coming to the surface, and they must have got rid of it. But this ground now is looking
very good.
It's actually starting to look green. Yeah. It actually ran well Tuesday night, and
it's excellent Tuesday.
By Christmas, this ground will be looking magnificent.
Yeah, terrific. In fact, there's actually a bit of sunshine there now, and probably see that. So at the break, 17 overs, 1 for 41 Muradoc. And the little bit of a break's given Pete a chance to put an extra couple of cameras out there too, to add to the broadcast, add to the excitement of what we're presenting to you here on RPP. Just to mention again, if you anticipated the game we were going to do, Balnarring and Tukaruk. Unfortunately, we had some Wi-Fi issues, so we decided to move to the Mornington one because we're confident of the Wi-Fi here. We know it can work. So
would it strike more fear into you if you were playing the Frogs?
Frogs?
Yeah.
How about the Pandas? Frogs and Pandas. I mean, they're intimidating beasts, aren't they?
Well, looks like they're going to go back out there now. So we're going to be underway another minute or two. We're halfway through an over. I think it's the 19th over. I think 3 balls were bowled in that over.
Yep.
So Shane Hockey will come on and bowl to complete his 6th over, which will be the 19th of the innings.
So we probably only lost 10, 12 minutes.
So we've been talking about the World Series, the NBA. We should should be looking throughout the day at the World Cup too, because there'll be a game on this afternoon.
There will. Starting, was it 5 o'clock, Mick? I'm just trying to recall now. Mick got away from the MCG, Pete. It's his favourite ground. He spent 7 hours there.
Should have been playing. Should have been playing last night's us, but I did get to spend a couple of hours there chatting with Brendan Rhodes, Jonty. Great Jonty, he's a good man.
Seaford 3 for 91 off 18. They just went off for rain there at the Seaford ground, so they're in you can almost see the ground from here. I think there might be.
Did you do a game at Seaford a couple of weeks ago?
We did a game at Seaford a couple of weeks ago. It was against Carrum Downs.
It's an impressive
cracking
ground,
game,
isn't it?
Cracking game. Very, very impressive. We're up on the on the balcony, and it was a past players' day for Seaford.
Hockey going to bowl the first ball after the rain interruption. What would we lose, Neil? About 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'd say just under 15, perhaps. No doubt Vinny will be keeping.
They're getting through their overs pretty quick,
and one ball to go in this over, I believe, from that signal.
I don't think there's going to be too much in the way of delays or the way Mornington getting through their overs at the moment.
Yeah, so it's been an hour and a quarter, and we're basically about 18. So that's all right. If you stick with 16 to the hour, you should make it on time. And given that they've just lost some time with rain, I reckon there was a cracking run bowling over rate up to that point.
Yeah, 19th over. Shane Hockey 6, Bryce McGain's bowl 5, 4 each to Goddard and Moon. But as you said, they've got to start with the 5th bowler coming in shortly.
Need to sort that out, yes.
And McGain's going to continue by the look of it. Nathan Wells going straight back to his helmet.
And Williams is around the 26 mark. Pereira's only really just come in. We had that just before the rain break. It'd be about 3 or 4 not out at this stage. There'd been a wide call on a bouncer and a bye. I think they're the only extras, Mick, from memory. What, you're getting a few scores through there? And
no, just looking. Actually, only one World Cup game on today, actually.
New Zealand, Sri Lanka,
and that's at 7 o'clock tonight.
7 o'clock, okay. I know the women's BBL was on and they had a bit of a delay. Now here's a changing bowler, Michael.
Yes it is. And I reckon that's going to be. I reckon that could be. No, that's not Zach. Let's just check the action out here, Neil, and I'll tell you exactly what it is. There's 3 games tomorrow in the World Cup, by the way.
Okay.
I reckon that's Smalley bowling.
I was going to suggest Small from the hairstyle, but
I reckon that is him bowling, and that's a very unusual call.
Kept it full on that delivery, which is good.
Like coming up towards the first, he's been a bowler, but doesn't bowl too much, and it's the reason why I'm surprised.
If they can get a few tidy overs out of him at this stage, it'd be good. No one's beaten the bat. Pereira been a bit scratchy since he's come in.
So what would he be trying to do? Just cross seam and just trying to get the ball through?
Oh, you'd think sometimes with a shower like that, the ball can actually skid a bit off the pitch. So you've got to hit the right spot. That's a bit full.
That's all right. No harm done.
No run. But it can just skid, so you'd be concentrating on getting the line right. You probably wouldn't want to drift onto the pads, because if it's going to skid through, then it's very easy to work it on the leg side. Couldn't get past the field. Good bit of fielding there. Probably didn't look neat, but it was very effective.
It's obviously a reason Zach's gone to Smalley and not himself or Tommy Panich.
Well, we're still in the middle, I guess, and that they're probably thinking of who's going to bowl the last 10. They probably had a good think about that. And
but if you can get through even 3 overs from from Josh Small
Yep.
and go for minimal runs, all of a sudden you're up to potentially 24 overs, 25 overs in the innings.
Yeah. And you've still got some of your other bowlers with overs up their sleeve.
Yeah, McGain's got 3 to go, and they took him off, so that's fine. That's a good over by Small, no run.
And that over to our right here, the blue sky's moving over, so it'll be a bit of sunshine. That'll make conditions a bit better for the leggies later on. So we're just taking a helmet off now. Pereira might even be changing his bat, is he? No, yes, changing the bat, removing a helmet, and getting a cap. So the Rye Tyab game reduced to 35 overs. And Rye are 1 for 17 off the first 8 of those. And that's that tricky situation. If you start half hour or so late, they start deducting. If you go on and off for a rain, you can do your reductions during the game, and it actually probably slightly favours the team batting second, because you know exactly how many overs. Oh, that's oops.
That is a long hop.
Yeah.
Robbie O'Toole's bowling.
Yeah.
And there is 2 runs. Wide throw. Batsman gets back easily to his crease. 1 for 46 is the score.
So whether or not that's just Robbie loosening up, or whether the ball's not that hard to grip, is a little difficult to grip, I guess time will tell now. But that was certainly short. Only cost 2 in the end. It could have easily cost a boundary.
So O'Toole in. That's better. It's better ball. Batsman on the front foot just playing the ball back down the crease.
Works that wide. Should be 2 in it. Billsman slips on the pickup. Wouldn't have made any difference. They only got the comfortable 2 anyway.
So with Small and O'Toole bowling, this is second over the 5th bowler. So get through a few of these. Score not out of reach at the moment.
That's a better one. But it's also better for the batsman. He's able to hit that hard.
With 9 wickets to go, Neil, they can afford to up the ante.
Yeah, from now they can. And this is over number 21 that we're in.
That's 1 for 52.
And 52, the score. I think they'll change the scoreboard at the end of each over normally, Mick. Oh, short of one again. Can't put it away. Oh, he got a single over on the... well, I called him misfield. He had every chance of stopping that one. It didn't. 53.
And O'Toole's gone for 9 so far this over.
Oh, that's better. And our radio listeners will join us soon, about 8 or 9 minutes from now. Which is a shame, Mick. You've missed jazz time again.
From Storyville to Swing Street.
That's the one. Graham Neeson in the studio today. That's probably where there's Kenny Crimmon there. He's probably listening to jazz times while he was a bit late starting here.
I tell you what, he's gets around. He's a big man, isn't he, Kenny?
Yep.
Even bigger when you're sitting down like I am at the moment.
I thought when he played for the Diggers he looked taller.
So That over from
Ooh.
O'Toole went for 10. Small bowling again.
Missed that opportunity there, Pereira, I reckon. What's the umpire going to say here? Bite. Okay. Asking whether it should also be a wide.
Well, I actually thought it hit him on the leg.
I thought it was down leg side. It would have been called a leg bite if he did, so I guess it didn't. But it could well have been a bite, which means another delivery if that happened that way. But not to be, so called a bye.
1 for 54 in the 22nd. So Small with the ball at the moment. He'll have a job to do with the bat later on. Maybe with what Smalley's bowling, maybe Murdoch might have a bowler. They might be able to sort of do the same sort of job and just lack of pace in the pitch, Neil.
Yeah. As it dries a little, it loses that skidding thing, and you've got to then concentrate more on hitting the right length and line again. So you've got to be able to make those fine adjustments as it gets damper or a little drier. That's a nice shot in the gap. A couple of runs here, I would think. Well chased down. No, unsuccessful. There'll be 4 runs. 4 runs for Williams.
Well, that heavy shower we had before, it hasn't affected the
ground.
The ground slow at all.
Not at all. Not at all.
So 58's the score. Small in again. Aiming it off stump there, and the batsman couldn't do much with that except pat it back, and no run. Actually, 59 is the score after 22 overs.
22, it must be 22, that end. So, Rob Bowen's listening to on the way.
So
Rob, I haven't damaged the book, but I haven't maintained it very well either.
So 6 and over from here for Murdoch. Gets them another 108 runs, gets them up over that 160 mark, which I reckon is an absolute minimum what they'd be looking for, Neil.
Yeah, you'd want to have 160 on the board if you could, for sure. I think as we've played more 2020 games, the par score has crept up over the last couple of seasons, and it's almost 180 nowadays. But conditions make it a bit different. That's a better ball from Robbie O'Toole. He's hit the line properly then. He gets the line. It's good that he's had a couple in a row here. He's got the field back giving him a bit of support. Pereira's having to work hard. I don't think he can get an LB 3 steps down the pitch.
No, but I think the batsman also thought, I better get out of the way here so that it doesn't give the umpire much of a look.
And he's called it off the bat. So it must have been
What's probably why it wasn't out.
That's another reason.
1 for 60 in the 23rd. O'Toole in again. That's short. It's punched out on the offside to deep cover. It'll be a single. Fielded by Big Cam Moon.
O'Toole again. Good use of the feet. Gets it through. And Pereira's starting to get his feet working properly and hit the bat on ball a little better. He certainly looks scratching his first couple of overs. He hasn't had a lot of batting there yet this year, and he wouldn't be the only batsman in that situation either.
So O'Toole in again. Just played out on the leg side. Out to deep backward square for a single. Score moves up to, I think it's 64 for the loss of 1. 63, 64 for 1. 23rd over.
And the question's going to be soon at what stage do the Murdoch boys look to step the pace up?
And that's another single. So they got pretty much 6 off that over, Neil, without
It was no danger.
a lot of risk.
Yeah, yep.
And that's the sort of over. That's the minimum they'd be looking for. But I reckon the key moment is going to be when McGain's got 3 to come, and how they go about playing in for those 3 overs. If Mornington can get through the next few overs, and then they've got their bowlers to come, their main bowlers, and McGain's still with 3 up his sleeve, he's going to be hard to get away. He was hard to get away in the 5 that he bowled. He would have gone for probably no more than 10 runs, not even that.
So just 2 overs each from Small and O'Toole. Small's probably looked tidier.
That's fine. Just it's a low full toss. It was played out to mid wickets, no run, so it's a dot ball. So Small and again. It's punched out towards cover, just wide of cover for a single. So Small getting through his overs quick. So Nathan Wells standing up the stumps. You've got a gully, a point, a cover, a deep extra cover, mid off, deep mid on, deep mid wicket, and a backward square. Small one again.
Bit short and it's turned on it, but probably only the one.
Yeah, no, you won't get 2 to Mooney out there. That's well done, Cam. 1 for 66.
Karen Bounds have moved on to 1 for 53 off 18 overs, so you can never quite be sure how many overs have been lost in some of the games we're following, with rain and showers around. Ooh, swing and a miss, and
it's good glove work by Nathan Wells.
Yeah.
But the batsman had not lifted his foot.
Baden Powell 4 for 47, 18th over. Reece Elmy not out, been joined by Kernachoff. Trav Kellerman just went out then to Campbell. Or when I say then, that's a short time ago.
That's a bit short, and that's going to be cut over the top. It's going to be 2 at the deep backward point. Still only I think the 4 off so far this over. So Small doing his job with the ball.
Baxter 3 for 79 off 16. Dan Warwick made 42. The batsmen at the moment are Johnson and Todd Quinn's not out. Opening up, holding things together. Long Island playing Sorrento 2 for 42 off 14.
So at the end of the over, which is the 24th over, 1 for 69 is the score. So it's a win to the bowling side, that one. Only the 4 or 5 off that one.
Mount Martha 5 for 57 now against Pearsdale. And just see who else went out. So Walker is still there on 24. Vemus out. Street's not out 2. 5 for 57 in the 18th over. That's a good effort there by Pearsdale. They're certainly in front this stage of the game.
That was short outside off stump and just punched through point for a single.
And welcome to our radio listeners on RPP FM with the score 1 for 70 here. Murdoch batting against Mornington. We did change from the Balnarring and Toogoorg game, having some Wi-Fi issues, so we've come down to Mornington, and it's been a pretty interesting battle. Been very tidy bowling from Mornington. Murdoch just starting to get an improvement in the run rate in the last couple of overs pretty much after the rain break. Mick, when they came back after a short rain break,
And it's raining again.
And it's just spitting again at the moment. Don't know whether it's going to affect us in the end. We'll soon see. The ground's good, all playable. A couple of games had delayed starts and have slipped down to 35 overs. That one's an appeal, not out. Williams going along nicely. He'd be almost 40 now, which in the past has been a bit of a danger time for him. He's sometimes just missed out, Benny, and when he gets to 40, he's trying to tee off a little bit here, but to O'Toole's credit, he's got the line right. He's got the length full. Just made it a little more difficult for him to. As it score is 1-4-72 in the 25th over.
That's well bowled.
Yeah, just a little wider, flatter, push through just a fraction, and went past the bat.
Just the 3 runs off that over. 72 for the loss of 1 after 25.
So it's Neil Williams with Michael Voss. We hope Rob Bowen will join us in a little while.
It was a great radio this morning, wasn't it? Listening to Rob. Rob answer his phone for his work and.
Oh, okay.
So 72 for 1.
So as long as it goes through, actually, it doesn't have to go through anything, does it? Just everything's just, well, it should just go through Radio Boss, as far as I know. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, crank it up a bit.
I reckon this is Jack Hodgett's bowling.
Got it? Okay, thanks. Cheers. Yeah, just again, welcome to our radio listeners. Just adjusting our levels there, and yeah, believe we're coming through loud and clear now. 1 for 72.
New bowler Jay Hodgetts, Neil.
Hodgetts?
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell us about Hodgetts, Mick?
He, as he comes in,
That's hit hard.
yeah, medium pace, very popular. He's the latest. It's his debut game in the ones actually today.
Okay.
Got into the 2s last year. Had a reasonable year last year from memory, and very popular member around the club. And so now it's an opportunity for him to show what he's got with the ball at the highest level.
Indeed.
Hodgetts in again.
Swing and a miss here. Keeper's done enough to stop any buys. Good hard swing from Williams, but didn't really get any connection to it.
Murdoch have only lost the 1 wicket, Neil, but if they lose one or both of these batsmen, then it puts 2 new batsmen in at the crease. They just got to try and navigate these next few overs and trying to up the run rate as they do it.
We're getting an upgrade on.
That's caught.
Oh, it's a good catch.
That is a mighty fine touch, actually. They're caught at short cover.
Balnarring playing toot. About to start, or start in a little while, but it's been reduced to a 24 over game. And interesting though, when you consider the burst of rain that we got moving between Balnarring and Mornington, that was a really heavy burst which missed Mornington, it missed Mount Martha, it missed all along the western side of the peninsula, but Balnarring copped it, and that was enough to slow down their game. The Tyabb and Rye game is a 35 over game, and their Rye 22 for 27 off 11.
The new batsman, Neil?
Yes, correct.
Coming in?
Yeah, I didn't pick up who he was, sorry.
2 for 74.
So Dwayne Bowden
Coach?
moved along as coach, moved along from very dangerous batsman a couple of years ago, playing at Dramana, had a bit of a knee issue. And hasn't really got going yet this year, but if he does get going, extremely dangerous bat. Bowden, the left-hander.
And Hodgetts in again. Bowles. And Misfield there at mid-wicket. Half a chance to run out, but Misfield, so they get through for an easy single. And more importantly, is if you're a Mornington person around here, this is their 7th over of their 5th bowler, so they're actually getting through these overs
going well,
quite well.
Yep.
And the run rate's still less than 3 and over if you're
a mathematician.
On the Murdoch side of things. Spurs won by 5 points in the game against the Chicago Bulls. 129-124.
John Bessick will be smiling, Michael.
What, the Bulls lost?
Yeah. Actually, I don't think he minds.
All because I gave it to him after the Bulls beat Miami first game.
Possibly you're right, yes.
So 2 for 76, 3 runs off that over. Good over by Hodgetts.
Yep. Carrum Downs 2 for 67 off 23, so there's no really huge scores going today at this point. We do like to keep an update with all of those and run around the grounds during the tea break.
So this is the last over of the 5th bowler. So I'm just wondering
what that means. Yeah.
Is there a problem with one of the? Is there a problem out there with one of them? Because Smalls bowled a few, Hodgetts just bowled. This is Robbie O'Toole's 4th over. I'm just wondering whether or not they might just sort of keep Robbie going. They'll give Hodgetts another couple.
Yeah, he got a wicket, so he'll keep going, and that just gives him a bit of flexibility. So they'll get as many out of these guys as they can, even if it's more than just the 10.
So 2 for 76 is the score. Start of the 27th over. O'Toole in, bowling to the new batsman, left-hander. And adjust the line there for the left-hander. Do you enjoy bowling the left-handers, Neil?
Didn't bother me, to be quite honest. You're doing something a bit different. Instead of moving the ball into a right-hander, moving away from a left-hander, just gave you a bit of variety. And I tell you, there were a few occasions when the out batsman had completely mucked up the next batsman because he told him which way I was moving it, but he forgot that the new batsman was a lefty, and get bamboozled. And what's going on here? I thought you were moving the other way. And I said, well, don't believe everything you hear. You've got to actually bowl to both. Otherwise, you'll find you're not bowling much. You'll be taken off.
That is true. O'Toole in again.
It's almost the back of the bat there from Pereira.
He's got a big job now, Pereira, hasn't he?
Well, he has. He started to get his feet going and get a bit of bat on ball, and he's got to be there at least until Dwayne Bowden gets his eye in. Then Bowden has the potential to take over. That was a good bit of fielding, great fielding.
It is well done.
The covers by fieldsman's name there. I didn't pick him up, Mick. You might have.
I think that might be Tommy Panich.
Tommy Panich, who seems to have recovered well from being interviewed by you on Tuesday night after the T20. He bounced back all right.
Yeah, I don't think I would put him through the ringer as such.
No, it was a nice one. I think what Pete's reorganising the effects microphone here, which had a questionable life when we were at the Past Players Day at Seaford a few weeks ago. We had to turn it off at one point.
So this is now bonus overs. This is the fifth bowler, so the ninth over for the fifth bowler. So this is a luxury that not many sides would potentially have. So this is good for Mornington.
It is. Any time you can just get 2 or 3 off an over, you've done well, because they've still got the flexibility of using McGain and Moon and the fellow who opened the bowling, Goddard, who I hadn't seen much of. He looked reasonable for me.
He looks good with the bat. He hasn't come off yet, but hopefully you might see
a bit of that later this
afternoon. Hopefully. First game against Seaford Tigers, he was looking really good, and Josh Small burnt him.
Not that we're going to name names.
No secret in that. And I said to Mitch later, I said, Mitch, you can say no. And Smalley came around, he goes, what are you talking about? I said, you ran him out. And he goes, no, I didn't. I said, you scorched him. It's in the air. It's going to bounce short, and they're going to get 2 runs out of that, and probably should have only got the 1. So not the greatest of fielding out there, and they end up getting 2, and that's good running.
All right, the question being raised, our good friend Bobby Wilson's just saying that they need to consider yet another rule change, that you're able to reduce overs once the game has started, because where it sits, if you have a late start, you reduce the overs, but if you go on and off for rain, you're left with the notion of the 7 o'clock finish.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about reducing overs up the bowler can bowl?
No. Part of the number of overs from 40. When if you have a late start, you're down to 35.
Yeah.
But if you go on and then you have a rain break, it doesn't reduce as it would, say, in the Duckworth-Lewis system. So I think that'd be a pretty interesting discussion. I'm sure there'd be arguments both ways on that, but it's certainly a discussion to have.
Yeah, well, anything to make the game.
Well, that's right. I mean, if you end up
easier,
missing out on a result by a few overs because the game wasn't reduced to 32 or something along those lines, and that would be interesting. So it'd be interesting to see how that all works, whether there are any games that become problematic because they didn't get a result because of a rain interruption which did not adjust overs. So that's something to keep an eye on. It's also an advantage in keeping your over rate up quickly, so situations like that. This one's going to go over the top of mid-off. Almost thought it was within reach of the field. And the first gone for 4. So well placed by Bowden.
Yeah,
into the 80s, of course.
85 for 2 in the 29th over.
Yep. 11 overs to go, 8 wickets in hand. And to start going hard, I think. 6 and overs, only 150, so they've got to get over 6 and over.
I was going to say it after the first ball, I'm going to say it off that ball.
Yep.
Mid-off, got to go back. So someone's got to come in somewhere, but the mid-off's got to go back.
Yeah, and you don't know whether the ball's getting damper. You'd imagine it would be, and whether that's...
This might be O'Toole's last over.
Could be. I think he might be having trouble. He's certainly having trouble hitting the spot, so it could be a grip thing. And he's gone wide at this time, but Bowden's been able to push that one and hit the ball very nicely to deep cover.
Well, they have got it up past 3 and over.
Yeah, pushed it up now.
They'll be looking to get it up to that 4 and over. So 2 for 91, I think it is, 2 for 91 in the 29th over. As O'Toole in again. That's short. Nearly bounced twice. It was that much of a long hop. It's hopped around the corner by Pereira out to deep forward square for a single.
Moon and Goddard have 4 each left. Hockey's got 2 and McGain 3. I think the bulk of the remaining overs have got to come from those 4, in my view, Mick. I think you'd agree.
I would expect that. Maybe another one from Hodgetts he's bowled 2 good overs.
He's bowled all right. There's no problem for that.
You might even risk another 2 on him. But but they will start to go for him. That's slow, that's short, it's played out to point, there's no run. So he's escaped out of that over pretty well. 10 off the over.
Now this is where the good captaincy will be noticed. We certainly don't want to just drift along and let that all happen again. So I think they've got to you've got to be in contact with these bowlers, see how they're feeling, how they feel about which end, and whether they're ready to rock. And
even though he's not technically a vice captain, Neil, maybe someone like Bryce McGowan to be out there just sort of having a word in his ear and just saying, look,
I think
maybe try this.
The experience of Bryce would be quite handy in this situation. Worked square, but can't get past the gully fieldsman there by Pereira.
So 2 for 91 in the 30th over. So Murdoch up to that 3 and over. They've got to try and get it up to that 160. That's the minimum score I reckon they'd be looking for right now. And to do that, they need about 7 and over to do it from here on.
Swing and a miss.
It's a good little spell by Hodgett so far. Hasn't gone for too many. Maybe
no, he's been very, very tidy. And sometimes when a bloke's tidy on a day when there has been a bit of rain, you leave him on if he's going all right.
Maybe half a dozen runs he's gone for in 2 overs.
So YCW playing Sky, 2 for 41 off 19. They're going to have to get a wriggle on there.
Who was batting?
YC batting against Sky.
Yep.
Rob Brewer sent us had the wrong team batting at one stage, but that's a nice shot there, placed square of the cover fieldsman.
It's well done.
Comfortable too by Pereira, well chased in and a good throw. And all of a sudden run looking a little easier than they looked a few overs ago, Mick.
Yeah, pitch starting to dry out. We've got blue sky again.
Yep.
Ball a little bit more greasy for the bowlers. Batsmen should be taking a few risks with 8 wickets in hand with 10 overs to go.
Ooh, got through, yeah, got past the fieldsman. Just a comfortable single there to Pereira. Bowden, the left-hander facing. This is pretty good, 220, and we're in over number 30, and we've had perhaps 12 minutes off for rain, so it's a good over rate. Got to commend that. We were critical in some of the earlier games this season, Mick, about the slow over rate, but it's been very, very good today.
Well, I reckon Jack Hodges has just earned himself another over, Neil.
Good tidy stuff.
Yep.
94 of 30.
Although Mooney is starting to loosen up right out here in front of us.
Now, Mick, did Cam Moon commence his senior bowling in the team you captain?
He would have actually.
Oh, there you go.
He would have. His first game.
Credit from the mayor. Well done, mayor.
His first game would have been actually against Murdoch at Dallas Brooks.
Well, okay, at Murdoch. Against Murdoch.
In a game that the man scoring up there for Murdoch captained and I captained.
Okay.
Being Jeff Williams.
Yep.
Mooney was probably a foot shorter and bowled these nice little leg cutters and bowled really well.
And all of a sudden he grew and became a new ball bowler.
He grew, he went up to the thirds the next year and played in a flag I think the next year. But he's grown, he's very quiet kid he was, but he's starting to be more sort of active, if you like.
Okay, so we've still got O'Toole. Yes.
We do, and that does surprise me.
Yeah, that was a good delivery. Length was right there, but that one's not.
That's
it's
out.
Down his throat, and it's been caught.
Caught by Ryan Smith.
Yeah, and that picked him out there. Forget how tall Smith is when he's out on his own in the field until you see him coming with the other blokes.
He'd be glad to get that one in the hands. He dropped one late in the game in the T20 on Tuesday night.
Okay, and at the end of Bowden, who, enterprising knock, but after he got a start, he probably would have hoped to have been out there for more of the last 10. We're in the 31st over at the moment at 3-4-95.
Now I'm going to predict
maybe 6, maybe 96.
I'm going to predict here, Neil, that I reckon Moon will end up bowling his 4, so he'll bowl 8.
Yeah.
I reckon Hockey will bowl the last 2 from an end. So what are we up to? The 31st over.
McGain's got a bowl.
And there's potentially your other 3, but Hockey definitely bowls towards the end.
Yep.
So I'd reckon that that's what if I was captain, that's what I'd be doing.
Okay.
And maybe just say, Mitch, concentrate on your batting this afternoon, son. Didn't bowl badly, but just the way it's worked out.
And from Mornington perspective, it's good to see Robbie O'Toole actually pick that wicket up because, you know, some of us may have wanted to make the change, and as it turned out, he's picked up the wicket, and it's only cost him cost a run so far, I think, this over.
I would have definitely made the change.
Yeah.
I'll make no secret of that.
Oh, I mean, I was probably with you on that one.
So O'Toole in again. That's well played. Single. Coming back for 2. Just ran away a little bit there. No, it's still only the 2. So that was well played. Murdoch up to 97 for the loss of 3. Over number 31. So O'Toole in once again. And almost a chance for a caught and bowled there. Just played off the back foot and just bouncing just in front of the bowler. In once again. And short ball. Played out on the leg side. Not with any great pace. It'll only go for a single. Yeah, so that, great spell we just heard. So that'll be a Robbie done. 3 for 98 off 31 is the score. Now, are they going to make the change at this end? Well, they've just called great spell Rob, so that I'd say he's bowled his last over, Neil.
Yeah, I think so, Mick. The new batsman in Huggard, we probably should have mentioned that. And Pereira on 28 at the moment.
Oh, it's close. That is close.
Not interested there, Vinny.
He went forward, but that hit well below the roll there, and that was close. This old man getting down in the lower roads. He's still playing, isn't he, Mark? Huggard?
I see his name mentioned every now and then.
I believe he's still playing. Yeah. Hodgson again.
Well placed.
And throwing the ball to the keeper's end, 3 for a single, so 3 for 99 in the 32nd over. The body will be a lot better on the man just walking past us here today. He'll be a lot happier he's not playing today.
Oh.
80 odd, 60 odd the first couple of games, and
well,
go, oh God, the body's sore, the body's sore.
Okay, so Rye 2 for 52 off 17. Bent down to grab my pen, I just about strangled myself with the headphones.
2 runs erected from the outfield, but the batsman was well in. So Whilst not a disaster over here for Hodgetts, it's probably been a little bit easier for the batsmen to pick up the runs. They're in the last 10 overs. They've got to be looking to score.
Yeah, and sometimes just, even though he's bowled pretty well, just a change of bowling.
There's
and
a
there we go.
bowled.
That's a ripper, one-handed, plucked it. And that's the end of Pereira. Be very disappointed. Out for 30, caught and bowled.
Yeah, needed Pereira to go on there. Needed him to go right deep to get into the last couple of overs. And bowler going away from the ball and sticking the right hand out and just sticking right in the middle of the mitt. So 4 down, just over 100, 101 the scoreboard says. I think it might be a couple more than that.
And Seaford 3 for 97 off 24.
Another left-hander in.
I think it's Premathalaka. We'll go with that. We think 101. We're not quite sure whether they've added the extra run on for this over, but yeah, good way to keep yourself on. Get a good caught and bowled like that for Hodgins.
Oh, that's poor.
Yeah, shouldn't miss those.
Shouldn't miss those. Jack Hodgetts 2 wickets with the ball. I know his mum's here watching. Very proud mum she is. Always goes and watches his games.
No, he's looked good. Looked very good.
So Cam Moon will come back on. So this will be the 4 overs from this end, Neil.
Yes, got these. Given his cap in, grabbed the ball.
So we might not see him again. I reckon you might find now that Hodgetts might bowl an extra 2 and maybe have save hockey for 2 at the end. He's definitely a bowler that you'd have bowling deep.
Mount Eliza, 1 for 121 off 24. Partha is 71.
Is that at Flinders?
I reckon it's at Mount Eliza. I'll just confirm. Yeah, Mount Eliza.
That's a that Mount
That's
Eliza
good
would
at
be
that score.
That
Yep.
would be that'd be worth a bit more, that score, I reckon, at this stage.
By Chris Landing.
So Cam Moon back into the attack. He's got 4 overs left. Now that score is definitely more than 101. Can we have the scoreboard updated? Would be nice. So 33rd over. Scoreboard says 101. Well, they're definitely more than that. So Moon bowling from the Hampton Street end. In.
Ooh.
And the batsman tried to lap, and probably not the smartest thing to try and preempt a shot like that, because
He's hit right on the cue end of the bat.
yeah, not the smartest shot there by the batsman.
And that's the narrowest part of the bat. It's very hard to hit using that part of the bat, but he managed to hit right in the middle of the ball and dropped it dead on the pitch.
So 2 balls, 2 dots this over.
I think sometimes people get a bit carried away with some of the fancy shots that they see in the T20 and try to bring them in. That's charging is better.
To be perfectly frank, I don't think the batsman at the moment has got an answer of how he's going to play Cam Moon here.
No, he's trying to mix it up, try a few different things, and neither of them have worked so far from neither of the attempts. So one was the ramp shot, and the other one was a charge, and the ball's outside off stump, and he didn't lay bat on it.
Another proud parent just walking past there. Ryan Smith's dad, Dave.
And the third one right up in the block hole.
4 balls gone in the over and no runs.
Yeah, it's been a good over so far from Moon.
I think you've just got to try and stand there, and you just got to try and get one away.
Mm.
And I reckon your area's wide mid onto mid wicket. That's your area.
Yeah, especially early in your innings, you're trying to push it in the V somewhere.
So Moon in again. It's good over so far.
He's managed to angle the bat on that one behind square, be back for 2. By our count, it's 104. We'll confirm that.
No one behind the wicket except for third, or no one on the leg side. Now they're putting Smith back behind square, and they're leaving mid wicket open. So plenty of room there if the batsman can get the ball out here. He's got a certain boundary if he can get it out here, Neil, right in front of us.
Yeah, the bowler's got to keep it full, make it harder for him to work the ball to mid-wicket. It is full. Should just be a single.
3 off the over. You take that at this time of the innings?
Yeah, no, it was a good over from Moon. And Premathalaka had to work really hard and end up with a 2 and a 1 out of it. He missed a couple for dots. And Huggard, the other batsman, in with him.
Just starting to sprinkle, I think, a little bit again. Feel a couple of little sprinkles there.
Yeah, may have even stopped again. Wasn't much in it, Mick, as you were saying.
Yeah. So of course you're missing AJ and Daz today.
Yeah, AJ's, well, he was going to be here till about 3:30 or so, and he has to head off. He's got something on this afternoon, and he's got a wedding on next Thursday, and it looks like he'll probably miss next Saturday's game. And Daz Knight not so well. We wish him well, Daz.
Daz is doing a really good job.
He's a good boy.
He's doing a really good job. Joined us part way through the footy, doing a good job there, and he's with the cricket, he's doing a good job. A couple of weeks I've heard you on the radio. He's doing really well.
Yep.
Hodgetson again. That's full, and not being able to get under the ball, the batsman there, and the ball played out to mid wicket for no run. So I reckon this might be Hodgett's 4th or maybe 5th over. He's done the job.
He's got plenty. They can leave him on if they need to. They've got a few other options if required. There was a swing and a miss there from Hodgett. Keeper couldn't find the handle of it, and they've scampered through for what I think's a bye. We'll see what Vinny. Yes, Vinny's called it a bye as well. I'm by Vin Booth.
Hodgson again.
It's crunched down the middle. In fact, he hit it so well, they only get the single. If he hit it slower, might have given the fieldsman a chance to get across. They probably had no choice other than to do that. And inching up perhaps to 107. Let's go with the scoreboard for the moment, and then we'll do a double check at the 40 over mark to see how it all adds up. Slower ball.
This is over number 34 though.
Yes.
So again, still just over the 3 runs and over. So Mornington doing a good job. But again, the score's only as good as what the side does batting second, Neil. So.
Oh, absolutely. But you'd feel pleased if you can restrict them to below 150, for instance.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. 107 for 4 off 34 is the score.
6 overs to go. So at a run of ball, it takes you to about 143, 144.
And I reckon they'd be looking at 108 is actually the score. They've just changed it.
Yep, 108.
So I reckon they'd be looking at 9, which that'll get them to 160 if they could. That's what they'll be hoping for.
Yep.
But I reckon more likely...
That'd be a good effort if they got that high from here.
Somewhere in the 140s, I reckon, is about the target that we're going to see Murdoch put up.
Another update, Rye and Type. 3 for 66 Rye off 20. They're definitely on the improve, doing well. Knocked off Sorrento in a T20 and had a very good win the last time a game was played. So they're doing all right and continuing their improvement.
Of course, had a few years where they ka-ching, relegation down to sub-district, and it's been a tough ride for them, but as you said, they're on the improve.
And not only that, in a couple of those years there, they couldn't raise a win at all.
Oh, that's a harsh call. That's a very late call too, and I reckon that might be very stiff on the bowler that time. He bowled, first ball was a wide, that one probably wasn't, but the umpires give it a wide again. So 110, we still haven't started the 35th over yet. So Moon in. And that's well played off the bat, but straight to the fieldsman. Fielded in the gully, and there is no run.
Photographer down there for
Alan Dillon, he does a superb job. Really does.
He should be pointing his camera around here and taking photos of us, Mick.
He probably already has, Neil.
We were looking.
Exactly.
1 and back for 2 there. So good responding from Huggard, who's got a bit of speed about him between the wickets. That one went fine down to the third man. So playing without a slip at the moment, got a third man. Got a backward square on the boundary as well. That one's gone straight through the fieldsman, who dived at it, rolled all around it, and may have slowed it a fraction, but couldn't stop the run to Prem Thalaka. 113 for 4. All the local people ducking past the camera, and that's a rubbish bin. Not the camera. Oh, we've got the works, yeah. But
Moon again.
Well, that one's flicked in the air, but it's going to be safe, just safe. Back for 2, running hard, and I think Huggard will get back there. He did.
Wide throw, batsman quick enough to get back, 2 runs.
Yeah, it would have needed to have been a blinder of a throw and thrown the stumps down, but even so, Huggard's pretty speedy. I think he would have been safe. And he was then. 2 more runs to Huggard, who managed to place it into the gap.
Mornington's fielding, the catching's been okay, but the ground fielding hasn't been...
Missed a few.
Hasn't been the best today. I've seen them certainly do better than that.
A lot of diving on the ground and missing the ball.
It might be something to do with the wet ball too, of course, but don't want to be too harsh. But just the observation, it's a criticism that I think is justified.
Yeah, ground fielding. Yeah, I'd agree. It hasn't looked that flash. Just steady only, I'd call. Moon in again. It's in the air.
That
Should
will
be caught. All right. For a moment there, I thought they might run into each other, but clean catch there, Michael. Bye.
I'm just looking at that, and it could be. No. I was going to say small, but it's not small. No.
When in doubt, we just say smally, don't we?
But a wicket to Moon.
New batsman Looks a bit like Nick Williams. We'll see.
5 for 115 in the 35th over.
Yeah. Run a ball gets you to 145. And they've, I only say run a ball because they've struggled really to get it. There's only been the one over. A couple of loose balls from Robbie O'Toole where they got to a 10. Other than that, I don't think there's been too many overs where they've actually managed to get 6, 7, 8. So if they can get up to a run a ball, it would represent an increase in the run rate for sure. Middle. You must be the dog whisperer, Mick, though. We'll come over and say hello to you. Is that because they believed the story put out by Daz and AJ that you're the mayor of Mornington, so the dogs are coming up being friendly?
Might have something to do with the fact that I've got the walking crutch here with me, and I can see that I'm not in a great way at the moment.
Change of bowler by the looks of things. Does look a bit like Bryce McGain. Very interesting. Oh, straight up in the air there from Nick Williams, but gets a single.
Well, this will mean Bryce will bowl 36, 38 and 40.
Yep.
Well, I said Shane would bowl 2 at the end, and I'm saying now that McGain will bowl out from the...
You'd think both these two would bowl out, but...
Yeah. McGain will bowl out from the old Woolworths end and Moon out from the Hampton Street end. Yeah,
it doesn't hurt having your tall opening bowler at one end and and a quality leggy at the other end. I think that's a good way to finish off. Makes it hard for the batsmen to get themselves set and find a rhythm. A bit of trouble on that one too, but getting a single. In fact.
I was going to say, if it hit the body, there was no shot played. But it didn't hit the body.
Yeah. Again, up in the air. Will it be caught or will it carry it? It should be caught. Should be caught.
That's caught small.
Yep.
Bowled very well today, Bryce. Least he deserved. First wicket, 6th over. Gone for probably...
Not many.
Oh, probably under 10.
You'd think, you'd think so. So Nick Williams probably just made the one, really, and that's 6 for 116.
Kenny Cremen's just standing there, just
probably
trying
117.
Trying to work out if he can maybe get a permit to play and get out there and have a hit, or maybe try and get out there with the ball.
He definitely said no. I've suggested that he needs to pad up, and he said no, I'm having a quiet drink and watching. So 6 for, well, I think 117, but because I'm sure they've had 2 off this over.
Fair enough.
Going again to Premathalaka. Flicks it around the corner, just a single.
You won't be sitting beside the pool.
Mount Eliza 3 for 127 off 26.
Too cold for that.
And Rashia Partha is out for 75. Maxwell out. Biggs 35 not out. And Karam Downs 3 for 99 off 32. Playing against Karam and playing that one at Cannanook. Ooh, full. And completely missed his chance there.
They do look all at sea playing, Bryce, don't they?
They do. They do. But the variation in the attack's been good. It's one of the better performances of managing a bowling attack that I've seen from Mornington over the past few years, I must say, and we're well pleased with it, I am, and so well done to the skipper. He's done it well, and they've thought through their plans pretty well, and they've carried them out. That's great.
And the surprising move was small bowling a few overs, but Zach himself and also Tommy Panich not bowling.
Yeah, well, you know, their job's to get out there and make 40 or 50 each.
That's true too. There's a single, so 118 is the score. Start of the 37th over, with a loss of 6 wickets.
End of the innings, we'll run through the scorecard. I just want to double check on some of the scores. Benny Williams 35 and Pereira 30.
They've been the backbone.
They've been the backbone. There's a few other contributions in between.
Actually, the coach looked pretty good, the short innings he had.
He did. Probably had 13 or 14, Bowden. Then picked out a fieldsman at square leg on the boundary.
Long hop and
Yeah.
hold out.
Probably one he'd like to have back again. Bowler will take it. He'd say, I wasn't happy with the ball, but you've got a wicket.
So Moon in again. And that is outside the off stump, and one of those ones that keepers hate, bouncing right in front of them.
They really haven't got any acceleration going today, have they?
They haven't, no. That run rate's sort of sitting at just above the 3, but they just haven't been able to push it up to that 4 mark that they're really craving as Moon comes in again.
Oh.
And that is a play and a miss.
Straight through him.
And that is if you're out in your fieldsman, you probably say give the man a wider bat. That's something you say in low grades anyhow, Neil.
Sometimes be careful what you say, because the next delivery
could go over the fence.
Could go the other direction. So if you've done all right with it, yeah.
It's actually
well done by the keeper, diving down there, and he's kept it to a single and a bye.
Now we can't see where in line the helmet and where he is, but I'm guessing that ball would have been heading towards
the helmet.
So
Yeah,
he's done a really good job.
Yeah, it runs if it hits the helmet. Right, Moon again.
You got to run on that. You got to just.
I'd have thought at this part of the game, if you've hit it that cleanly into a gap, you go.
Well, he's hit it to basically the man just about on the circle.
Yep.
And has not. And admittedly, he played that shot with a bit of force, but you just got to run with the shot.
It takes an exceptional bit of fielding to get a run out of that. That one's again outside off, and he's missed it.
So 119 for 6 off 37.
Yep. So 3 overs to go, and probably end right on 3 o'clock, which would be very, very good considering we lost 12 minutes with rain. So yeah, good effort by the bowling side, getting through the overs.
So 3 overs to go. Bryce McGain in his 7th over.
Oh, that's in the air, chopped into the cover. No one there. Deep cover just runs in, single.
This is where, even though there might only be one there as there was for that shot, you've got to show the intent and just hope that you can get a misfield or a bad throw or something, and just try and get back for 2.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether they need. I mean, Bryce knows what he's doing. Whether they need to break it deep cover. The lefties so far hasn't looked like he was going to really crunch the ball out deep on the offside, but he knows what he's doing. He knows what he wants.
122 for 6.
Ooh.
Squeezed out on the offside, the short third man for a single. 3 off the over so far.
So in the end, not a bad shot by the left. He just managed to jam that there when he realised it wasn't quite where he was anticipating. Got bat on ball, got a single out of it. And here's Rob Bowen. I've hidden the scorebook, Rob. You can't see it.
Same again. In.
Well, it's good when you're on air and you get a scam text in and telling you you need to pay your linked statement. You don't do that way. You don't pay us, don't give you a statement. It's done in a different manner. Yeah, so anyway.
I had a phone call about 10:30 last Saturday night from someone claiming to be Telstra.
Yeah.
Not even with them. I told them politely where to go.
Yeah.
That's well bowled. It's going to concede a couple of runs, but it was well bowled. Keeper missed that one. That'll be 2 buys. So score up to 126. In fact, he's hit it.
Bit of bat on that. Yeah.
So Nathan Wells is at 6s and 7s there with that.
So getting near the end. And it's 5-all in the bottom of the 9th of game 1, Astros and Phillies. That's a great effort by the Phillies, hanging into that game there, away from home. And they've probably done very well. You guys should get a dome here at Alexander Park. They've got an indoor ground there at Houston. Another single.
Start of the 39th over, 6 for 127, and it is raining slightly.
We'll bring Rob Bowen in to join us in a moment. Pretty slow score. That one's hit cleanly, and
That's
he spilled it on as he hit the ground. He had both hands to it, dive full length, and the ball dropped out as he hit the ground. Gee, I thought he'd hung on to that for a while there. Looked like a good bit of fielding, just couldn't complete it in the end. And we're inching up towards the 130 mark. And we're in the over number 39. We're down to about 8 or 9 balls, Mick.
Yep, moving in again.
Well, this one, I think it's in the air and should be caught this time. Yes. Went up that high that it came down real fast and knocked him down, but he hung onto it. Came down with snow on it, that's right. So, entertaining knock. I'm going to put Rob on for the last over or so, and I'll try and update and get the accurate scores of the batsmen and the bowlers. I'll be back in a moment with you.
Thanks, Neil. Hey, Vossi, how you going?
Good, Rob.
Good to see you up and about.
Yeah, it's good to be up and about. Be good to be more up and about.
It takes its time, mate. Takes its time. Yeah, I was watching a bit of it at work on the laptop.
Yep.
You know, as soon as I turned it on, you blokes were off. I thought, I'm not going to drive all the way down here if it's going to be raining, but you got back on, which is good to see.
You know, they went off, I think we're off for about 2 minutes, and then all of a sudden it lightened right back, and so the heavy shower that we came up for, we stayed off for, I think Neil said 12 minutes.
Yeah, you know, I sort of clicked on when it was about 1 for about 41 or something at that stage, I think.
They've done well in Mornington with the ball.
Yes, I've been listening to on the way down. It's Moon now coming in to bowl the 40th over. Bowls to, I couldn't tell you who the batsman is, you might know who it is.
No, I couldn't actually, but yeah, 1 over to go. McGain will bowl the last over from the other end. But
so this is the 39th.
This is the 39th.
The penultimate over.
This is Cam Moon's 8th and final over.
Cam Moon, you getting your moons mixed up, are you? I did hear a Cam Mooney on the radio coming in. Oh, that's well struck. Very nicely struck down the ground. That should be 4 runs. It goes into the Craig War board on the fence.
Seen a lot of it in the T20 World Cup, and I do not get why, but mid-off's a spot that doesn't get covered in the last few overs, and it's an easy shot for the batsman to play, and I just don't get it.
Yeah, well, now they're one ball too late, aren't they? They've got the man down there on the fence. As Moon now comes in, bowls to the... it's called a wide, which is understandable because the batsman's only about 4'6", so he's got a fair reach to go. So what have you been up to, Bossy? Apart from rehabbing, recovering, and
Not a lot to get up to at the moment, but just trying to do a little bit more as Moon comes in. And that's
over his head.
That's going to go as well.
Ball's running well.
Yeah, no, I went to the MCG yesterday, although that was a waste of time, wasn't it?
Very wet there, I'd say.
We should have been playing at 7:30 last night. We should have been, which would have been in a half an hour later. We should have been playing at 7:30, and then they had an inspection at I think just 8 o'clock, and then they said, "Oh no, we're having another one at 10 to 9." It's like they should have been playing then. It was, and anyone will tell you at the ground. Jason Mathers was there last night. If he was here now, he'd agree with me. That it was a joke what happened last night. Might not have got a result, but we should have been playing.
Yeah, well, it's sort of thrown the cat amongst the pigeons because now it's going to come down to run rates for both England and Australia.
The Aussies need New Zealand to basically keep winning.
Yeah, and they need to get a couple of thumping wins against was it Afghanistan and the Netherlands or something. They're playing
Afghanistan and Ireland. Ireland on Monday,
sorry.
Afghanistan I think on Friday. But
they're going to need a couple of thumping wins.
yeah, look, that would, if England finish on the same points, that is definitely a thing that they need. But if England lose a game, then it's something that we don't necessarily need. But it is out of our hands, Rob, and that's the ultimate thing at the moment.
That's it. Now it's going to be Bryce McGain, bowl the 40th over. He's bowling to the right-hander, comes in, bowls, and it's sort of swiped across like a typical tail-ender. Just the one out to the man at two-bin wicket.
They're not really picking Bryce that well. They've just got to try and swing one way and hope that they pick or hopefully the ball spins the way they want it to. Wingcup is the batsman.
Wingcup.
And Premathalaka's the other batsman. He's on 22.
There he goes. In comes again, bowls. That's going out to the man, a deep long on, and straight down his throat. Well, that was always going to be a Monty. Because young whatever his name was.
Premathalaka.
Premathalaka. He wasn't keeping the ball on the ground too much. The ball going aerial.
That I reckon would have been caught Panich.
It's a nice little overcast day and a beautiful. At least there's a bit of cricket being played.
That is true.
If you're a turf cricketer, you haven't picked up a bat yet. I was talking to a mate of mine who plays baseball down at Chelsea, and he reckons he's sitting at home just getting paid for doing nothing. Right, the new batsman coming in is Neil. As we just wait for the batsman to get himself ready, it's Wingcup who's facing now. He'll be facing again. Gets himself ready. McGain's got his field set. He comes in now. Over the wicket he bowls. It's a false start.
So they're into the 140s. That it's definitely at least 140 on the scoreboard, but they're definitely into that, which is something on the board. But
It's a swing and a miss.
it's a typical tail ender slog, that one, against the spinning bowler that Bryce McGain is.
Yeah, that's the foot down the track. Swing the bat. See what happens.
And you hope for the best.
In goes McGain again, bowling to Wingcup, who just cracks it down the ground. It'll just be a single. That's all they're going to get. As Panich comes in off the boundary. Well, I can tell you what, driving down from Mulgrave to here after work, I'm never ever going to do it again on a Saturday afternoon. There is lunatics on the freeway. Some people must have gone to the back of a Wheaties packet to get their licence, I reckon.
Did you ever get the call from your parents, Rob, when you were younger, when you got your licence? All drivers are idiots. All other drivers are idiots. That's what I got told by my father when I was going for my licence. He's 100% correct.
Oh, yes. Jimmy was always smart with that idea. He also told me when I first umpired a game of cricket with him, he said, don't believe all the cricketers, they're dumb.
That's normally the fast bowlers, isn't it? The fast bowlers aren't the brightest. They're mad.
It's normally the medium pacers that think they're quick. And that's another swing. It's just going to be.
They've got to push for two. Got to push for two.
Got to go to the keeper's end. It's got to be a good throw. Nah, it's a dive and it's a tumble and it's about a 3.1 on the Richter scale.
I reckon it's 143, Neil.
And that's the end of the 40 overs, so we're going to have a tea break. So we'll just quickly go through the scorebook, Neil.
Yep.
You can read it, Neil.
No one else can read it. I was going to pass the book on to somebody, but I know that won't work. All right, so Leonarca made 11. He was caught out off the bowling of Hockey.
Yep.
Bit of a partnership then between 29 and 74 when it was Benny Williams and Pereira. Ben Williams ended up getting 35 before he went out to Hodgins. Pereira, a ripping caught and bowled by Hodgins for 30. So 3 for 95. They were creeping along. Bowden, a brisk 14 before he got himself caught from Robbie O'Toole. Huggard, a name which you know there, Rob, went out for 6. Moon was the bowler there, also caught. Premathalaka made 22 before he was caught on the deep from McGain. And Nick Williams made 1. He was caught by Small off McGain. Hutchins also caught for 6. And in the end, McGain had 2 for 19 off his 8 overs. Looked very, very good. Moon 1 for 21 off 4. Goddard 4 overs, none for 8, very tidy. Hockey off 6 overs, 1 for 19. Small, none for 9 off 3. Robbie O'Toole 1 for 34. Bowled pretty well, but had 1 loose over. And Hodgetts 2 for 16.
And the Phillies are up 6-5 in the 10th.
Oh, hello. I'm sure they're up to the 9th, weren't they? So
they're in the 10th according to Vossi.
Oh, it's the 10th. Okay, I'll take that.
So the Astros have got a right of reply.
Yes, they do. So 1-4-2 for 8. Pick of the bowling had to be Bryce McGain, although Moon was pretty good and Hockey was pretty good as well. And I thought Hodgetts 2 for 16 bowled very well, Rob. 142, you'd sort of think not enough. They didn't really accelerate.
I was
much.
listening to the commentary on the way down, and
well, most of it was correct. We made up a few things, but
and I think it was what did you know? Josh Small came on the bowl.
Yes.
And there wasn't a lot of confidence exuding from one Michael Voss.
And he did very tidily. A couple of overs there.
In fact, after the first over, he said, "Well, that was pretty tidy."
Yes. In fact, he was quite relieved, I think is the word, Mick.
There was a lot of surprise in the voice.
There was, because it wasn't what we were anticipating to happen, but as it turned out, they tried 7 different bowlers and it all worked well. There's 1 loose over from Robbie O'Toole, but that's about all. Yep. 142. I think if you're Mornington, you're well pleased with that effort, only chasing 142. Mick's about to get up and leave us, although I think he might come back and join us during the afternoon. I don't know how we're going here, Pete. We're going to have a short break, and then we'll find out around the grounds, and we'll do some updates on this showery old day here at Mornington. 142 for 8 off the 40 overs. Murdoch. Back in a little while.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
The Mornington Peninsula Bowls region asks you to check out why lawn bowls in the Mornington Peninsula is just for you. It's fun, it's social, and it's affordable. That's right, it's fun, it's social, and it's easy to learn. There are over 25 bowls clubs on the Mornington Peninsula which offer free lessons and the free use of bowls. Get on the green now. Lawn bowls on the Mornington Peninsula is more than just a game. Station sponsor.
So Malakoota is surrounded by Croginglong National Park, which is about 87,000 hectares, and it encompasses a range of vegetation communities and heaps of really unique flora and fauna species. Leading up to the fires, we had a lot of drought. Some moisture measurements were taken by DeWalt before the fires came through, and the moisture content was about the same as in the Mallee.
That year was really bad for bushfires. It was incredibly dry. We'd had drought for a few years, and of course, because of the dryness and the drought, we hadn't been able to do a lot of fuel management, so the bush was ready to explode. One of the things that impressed me straight after the fires was the way the community embraced the idea of setting up MADRA, which is the community-based organisation. And one of the things that made us feel that we could go with that idea was the fact that the Bendigo Bank came behind us immediately and offered its support, offered its financial advice. That was a huge relief to us. The money that would come from donations, and there have been a lot, would be in safe hands.
It's really important to support local communities in crisis because we're there for the local community. We're part of it and it's part of our DNA. So we're there both after the immediate crisis and through the long term to help and support the community grow out. We've donated $4.3 million into the local community and the solar farm that is yet to be built.
Prior to the bushfires, Mallacoota was powered by a single line over 240 kilometres long. We have had many issues with outages. Our power went out over 24 hours prior to the fire actually arriving. The solar farm is being built on East Gippsland Water's wastewater treatment plant to provide sustainable energy to this community. So the solar farm will directly contribute to the length of time that our microgrid will sustain itself. Without the contribution of the Mallacoota Community Bank, so many organizations in this town would be unable to do what they are doing. And without their support, our lives here would not be what they are.
So nearly 2 years on after those catastrophic Black Summer bushfires, the bush is regenerating really nicely. You just go for a stroll anywhere around town or the national park and you're seeing amazing regrowth. The wildflowers are absolutely incredible now, and it's really awesome to see those species that we were a little bit worried about that may not recover after fire starting to recover.
We have people here who've retired, we have people here who are trying to set up businesses, we've had people here who just want to go fishing. Mallacoota is a really unusual place, it's a very beautiful place. That's one of the reasons why people are here. That hasn't changed. People want to be here, people love to be here.
I'm very optimistic about the future. We want to stay living in a healthy, thriving, safe community for the rest of all of our lives. And we are working to make that happen.
There's a couple of really positive things that have come out of the community as a result of the bushfires. One is a real resilience. There's a growing optimism about how we reshape from here, given what's happened to us. A tremendously positive community spirit has arisen, even though we've been through tragedy.
And Pereira 30, they're the top scores. Balnarring up 22. And welcome back to the cricket. Just double checking the situation. 8 for 142. The run chase will start soon. That was Murdoch batting first. Benny Williams 35. Pereira 30. 22 to Balnarring. Best of the bowling, probably say Bryce McGain at 2 for 19 off his 8. Some other very tidy bowling from Moon, 1 for 21. And I reckon Hodgins at 2 for 16 was very good bowl off his 5, Rob. And 142, you would imagine not enough. They'll need a bit of a start.
Well, it's going to depend
some
on
early wickets.
It's going to depend on the Mornington batting yard.
Yes.
Which Mornington batters turn up.
True. You know, you've got Panich and Garnett as 2 good bats. Hockey's been in ripping form, bat and ball. So yeah, we expect a little bit from him. Getting a few scores through. We seem to have done very well to get through by 3 o'clock as we did. Had a 12-minute break for rain, but still managed to get through the overs all right. Interesting, somebody raised the idea of some issues with the rules, that if you start late you can deduct overs.
Yep.
If you lose time for rain, you don't. You just
yeah, it's a bit of an anomaly.
You go till 7 o'clock, you don't. You get the same number of overs, and that's something that probably needs to be discussed. I don't know whether we can get to Duckworth-Williams' sophistication, but that's worth considering.
Well, I think I just got to look at it. All they're doing is, you know, I said this at the start of the year too. Now, they brought the games forward by half an hour.
Yep.
They're still allowed to go through to 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me that's just
what's the point?
Silly.
Yeah, that's right. And at least, I mean, the run rate the over rate was good today. It was good in the T20 game that we saw. There's a car in the background. You're probably picking that up.
Yep.
Now it's stopped. That's good. But yeah, it's interesting. So a lot of games didn't finish anywhere close to 3, but they're still going. I'll run through the scores I've got though, Rob. Langwarren, Baden Powell. Baden Powell, after 35 overs, 6 for 98.
Oh, that's slow.
It is pretty slow. And Chernikoff made 29, Reece Elmy 24. Other than that, no one really got a big score. Don't believe it's lightning fast at Langy, but not a big score, and you think Warren would have enough batting to get that. Baxter and Pines got changed to the Baxter ground. Pines wet, and the last we had there was that Baxter were 3 for 113 off 23. That's we're needing an update there, but that's
3 for 113 off 23.
Off 23.
That's a good clip.
That's not a bad start.
5 and over.
Yeah, no, got Dan Warwick got 40 odd, batted well. They had a delayed start, Red Hill and Old Peninsula. We haven't got the update there. Long Island batted against Sorrento were 2 for 74 off 20.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Not too bad start. So a lot of these, it's going to be an hour or so really until we find out the state of the game. In Peninsula, we have Mount Eliza with 3 for 160. Opatha making 61. All of a sudden they're starting to make some runs this year. Bigsy was around 40.
Yeah.
And they're starting to get a bit of their batting back. That was Mount Eliza playing
Flinders. Yeah, that's been a big problem for the last couple of years, Mount Eliza. They just can't make runs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ever since Justin Grant left.
Yeah.
Basically.
That's right. Tigers and Summy haven't picked that one up yet, so we'll keep an eye on that. In District, Carrum Downs batting against Carrum, but they're playing that one at Cannonook.
So neither ground was good.
Neither ground was really in the right situation. It was going to be Carrum in particular, but no, they've gone there. And Waterfall made 55, 5 for 135 off 37.
I take it they started on time?
They had started on time, but they did have a bit of a delay, so I'm not quite sure all of that. Crib Point and Main Ridge a washout from the start. Both grounds out of action. They shared the points. Seaford were 4 for 150 off 31, playing Delacombe. That's a good score there for the Seaford boys.
Down at Seaford or down at Delacombe?
That one's at Seaford.
At Seaford, yeah.
And Delacombe seconds ended up moving to the higher ground to get their game. Delacombe and Seaford seconds.
I'll tell you what, that higher ground is a nice little poaching stand too.
That's right, it could be anything there, couldn't it? In the sub-districts, Rye and Tyab had a delayed start. We end up going to play 35. They're 4 for 96 off 30.
That's about a 115.
Yeah, that's right. They'll get another 5 overs. They'll get out of that. Bonio and Bellum Park were sent to Bonio. They had a delayed start too, so we don't have the full scores there. Mount Martha struggled all day against Pearcedale. 5 for 115 off 34. Didn't really get going with a bat, and it was Swainston who did the early damage and had three quick wickets and got a lot of good support. So 515 Mount Martha, not a flash score for a team that had been batting very well.
Yeah. No, they do struggle at times, Mount Martha with the bat.
Yeah, they've got a couple of extra guys. Devonish, who made a magnificent 70 for them on the T20, went out cheaply today. That probably didn't help, and Holcomb went out as well. Sky YCW is the other game that we've got a score from. YCW after 28 overs were 2 for 78. Bit of a slow start, I believe there. So we've still got a few scores to go, and it'll be very, very interesting to see how it all ends up. And it's going to be one of those messy days, I think, getting scores through in the rain and the delays and interruptions and things. But we'll get as many of those scores to you as we're able to. Teams coming back out on the ground, Rob?
Yeah, just going through their warm-up procedures, probably another 5, 6, 7 minutes before we get cracking. I'm tipping that Whincup and is it Reece Cordeaux still out there?
Reece will definitely be. Here he is now, rolling up in the warm-up. He'll definitely bowl a bit. They've got a couple of spinners from their Sri Lankan players there. They'll have a. Yeah, well, Whincup looked pretty good when we've seen him in previous times.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how their bowling holds up. They may have looked like a bowler short in the first couple of games that we're on.
I'll tell you what, there'd be no problem having a subcontinent competition in the MPCO this year.
Oh, you'd get 2 Sri Lankan teams.
Oh, I'm tipping 3. Oh, that's just about taking the keeper's head off with that warm-up ball.
Kept him on his toes. So we're getting close to out there soon, and 1-4-2, so 1-4-3 the target for the
the vision on the laptop
Mornington
work
batting.
was very clear and very beautiful. It was. It was
fantastic. That's what you want, Rob.
And I think you get that on the 3RPP sports side. Is that right?
Yeah, we're on that on the rppfmsports.com.au most likely, and of course, as always, through the MPCA Facebook page.
Yep. If you want to get some great vision of cricket,
that's it.
Switch onto it, because I'll tell you what, I was surprised how clear as it was, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, that's because of Pete's the one who did all
Pete's
that.
the guru.
Yeah.
And just to let you know that next Sunday, down at Mornington, we'll be doing the baseball.
Yeah.
It'll be Footscray versus Mornington, played at the Mornington ground.
Footscray?
Yeah, we've just got to let the Mornington boys know that we're coming down.
Oh.
I'll give them a phone call later on.
Yeah, gosh, that'll be all right. Who's playing for Mornington now?
Oh, no idea.
Oh, okay.
But it's a third division game, but it's going to be the
Go.
first one we've done for quite a while, especially with vision.
Yeah, absolutely. We've had some radio ones in the past on Sundays on RPP, but it'll be good to see.
And hopefully this will go well, so we can sort of spread our wings a bit and keep bringing you more sport on 3RPP.
Very, very much so.
Yeah, we've got the bowls, the footy, the cricket. Now we're going to go into the baseball. Maybe not the footy.
Nah, we love the local footy. We'll bring the mighty Michael Voss in again, and he's tipping a Mornington win. No, I'm stirring him up.
Besides, we'll need Vossi to tell us who the batsmen are.
It'll help.
If he gets here on time.
Yeah, no, we'll be right.
Last one, Vossi, Mornington Super Rules.
Yeah.
He was pretty vocal. Let's see what
He can be a bit vocal. He was very vocal at the Super Rules final, which he's #1 ticket holder for the local Super Rules team. So every reason to be pleased when they pick up a flag. Yeah. And he got on the bus. He got on the team bus, Rob.
Team bus.
Team bus. Yeah, they looked after him. They said, "Look, we've got a job for you as #1 ticket holder. You've got to look after the." He's just settling himself into place. You got to look after the stubbies for us.
Yeah.
And Mick looked after him. He did a great job.
Yeah. Do you know who the left-hand bowler is?
I will find that out. But what I'm going to do is pass you over to Mick for a while I double check some of those scores.
Yeah, Mick, you can tell us who the batsmen are, can't you?
Shane Hockey and Josh Small are the two batsmen. Hockey facing.
Here comes the left armer now. That's promptly turned around backward square leg. One bounce to the two. On the second bounce, the fielder gets it. And Hockey's fallen over, so it'll just be a single.
Should have been two, but the slip over curtailed that ambition.
And Josh Small is the other one who's about to face.
The next, I could probably give you the next four in the order, actually, but I won't worry about that as we go along.
We'll hold it in suspense.
But Mitch Goddard should be #3.
Mitch who?
Mitch Goddard.
Goddard.
He's a left-hander.
Righto.
New man to the club, very popular at the club too.
Left-hander comes in, bowls to Small, who just turns it round a square leg. Should be a couple if nobody slips over.
Hutchins apparently is the bowler.
Hutchins. Well, he needs to fix up his line. His first two balls have been on the leg stump and duly put away for a quick 3 runs. As he turns around again, he's coming in from the Hampton Street end. And he bowls. Gets up on Small a bit. They just dab it down and take a quick single.
That's well played and well run.
Yeah. Got up on his toes. Enterprising start. As Hutchins gets back to his mark, he's now coming in to be bowling to Hockey. Bowls. And it's swung through and missed.
Long way to go in the season, of course, but I think Mornington third or fourth going into this game today, weren't they, Neil? I think they were third or fourth to win this one, and they can sort of, because I think they were even on points with Mount Eliza going into last game, but that game obviously never happened.
Well, it's been a real stop-start season, hasn't it?
Oh, it's crazy. As Hutchins comes in. That should be a wide. Stick your arms out, umpire. That should be a wide every day of the week.
Oh, now he's woken up. Yeah,
Thank you very much.
There we go. He's heeded the words of the great Michael Voss.
That is what we play, leg side wide, and that is what it is.
Oh, he was just making sure he was right about it. And here comes Hutchins, and that's pulled away magnificently by Hockey for 4.
He scored 87 in the T20 the other night, Rob. Went really well.
Well, since he's come back, 3 years ago, he's really sort of solidified his spot in the side with wickets and runs. And
over 400 runs last year, and I think certainly the first 2, maybe the first 3 last year he made 0.
Yeah.
And then after that he just
saw it like
batted with confidence. Yeah. There's Hutchinson again.
Oh, that's
split him in 2 there.
I think it could be a box check there. Well, a comfortable 9 off the first over.
Yeah, no risk involved in that.
No. Just waiting to see who the bowler's going to be. Looks like it could be Reece Cordeaux coming to the crease.
Did you go through those other scores, Neil? Well, that's what I put in provincial. So I'll give Neil a couple of minutes. We'll have some up-to-date scores for you from around the grounds.
Yeah, people at the other grounds, you get your scores in, so we can let everybody else know what's going on. Cordeaux just practiced his run through. He's happy with that. It'll be small to face.
That's off 25.5.
In comes Cordeaux now, bowls to Small. Outside the off stump and allowed to go through.
Baxter's off 25.5. Baden Powell off their 40 overs.
Cordeaux now coming in again, bowls to Small. Who just sort of, this time's the cut a bit into the cover region for no run.
27 overs.
Comes Cordeaux, bowls outside the off stump, allowed to go through. Just bowling on an outside off stump. This he's done for many, many years, Bruce. sure everybody's inside the circle. In comes Cordo, bowls to Small. Tucks it around the corner and Hockey calls him through for a quick single.
39.
Takes the score along to 10. Brings Hockey on to strike. It's not the greatest light around at the moment, but in comes Cordo, bowls outside the off stump. Hockey lets it go through. Could be a chance to test the lights out, Biggie.
Yes.
Get them on, a bit of night cricket.
Yeah, no, they're getting quite dark here at the moment.
Cordo again coming in. Bowls a Hockey. He's gone through. Vinny Booth has not moved a muscle.
If you're appealing for LBW, it's wishful thinking. If you're appealing for caught behind, I'm not sure.
Well, the only time Vinny moved was to say over, and that's it. So just the one off. They were pretty confident. Have we got a clippo, have we? Oh, look out, umpires. Hey.
You're just collating those scores. He'll be with you in a minute to give some scores out.
See what the umpire at this end must have fantastic vision. He's standing far enough back. He's almost in Hampton Street. Right, it's going to be Hutchins. He come in to bowl. He's bowling to Small. He bowls now and digs that one out and just it's got sort of dribbled down behind the legs. Stand a fine leg for one. He wasn't expecting that.
Wasn't convincing, but he was watching the ball, but well called through by Shane Hockey there for a single.
Hutchins coming again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Hockey. He's up and over and just over the man at point. He took his time and Hockey said, I'm coming back for a second.
That is good running.
Good awareness.
That fieldsman there just not picking the ball up as quick as what he probably should have there, and enabled Hockey to come back for two and get Mornington up to 12 with a loss of none in the third over, chasing 1-4-3.
Here comes Hutchins again. Bowls. And that one's dug out, and they take another single. That's good running. Take the score along to 14. Good awareness with the runners. Now Small facing the left armour. Hutchins coming in. And that's been pulled out to deep mid-wicket. One bounce, two bounce over the boundary line for four. Well, that's what you get when you pitch something up short.
It's only the third game of the year, but Josh Small's opening the batting. He's looked more convincing. Like last year, he was lacking the confidence. He's gone to open the batting. He's looking confident. That was a shot of a guy that is confident at the moment.
Yeah,
Rob?
He picked it up nice and early and got in position early.
He's certainly not. He's certainly not one of the slower bowlers, Hutchins. To get into position there, he's confident with where his feet are going. So, looking really good.
As we're getting a bit of a drizzle at the moment. Hutchins coming in now, bowling to Small again. Bowls. That's short and just a little bit over the shoulder, but nothing to worry about too much. A very enterprising start from Mornington. That's played in the covers, will be no run. Score on 18. Outside the off stump, allowed to go through. Should be the end of the over.
So, Rob, I've managed to track down some of the scores. Baden Powell ended up 9 for 118 off their 40 overs against Langwarren. So they'd be a bit disappointed with a score like that. Baxter had 4 for 113, but they were still batting and overs still to go, so a long way to go on that one. Long Island 2 for 109, that was at the 25 over mark. They'd been on and off a couple of times for rain, so we're not quite sure how many overs involved in that game. Mount Eliza 3 for 202. Apatha 61 and Biggs 50 against Flinders. Decent score there for them. Dramana 3 for 150 off 33 against Heatherhill. So that's a decent sort of score for them. Carrum Downs 157 with Waterfall making 55. Crib Point and Main Ridge a washout. Seaford 190 off their overs against Delacombe Park.
That's about average.
Rye had
shout for LB and Vinny's given him.
That's out.
That's the end of hockey.
Yep. Not the wicket they wanted to lose. Rye was still batting 4 for 96. Balnarring Park against Bonio all out for 105. And Mount Martha ended up 9 for 137 against Pearcedale, so they recovered a bit from a pretty ordinary start. So we've got those runs, those scores, a couple other ones to trickle along, and a bit of rain coming around now. I'm going to hand you back to Michael, or do you need to reorganise your seating, Mick? He's going to sneak off. All right, so Mick will join us in a little while, and I'll come over there. Oh, and I'll be right. I can join. Then I know Pete's keen to talk as well, but I'm going to move and get out of the rain. I reckon they're not far off having a little break here. It was pretty solid before. Goddard, new batsman. Looked all right when he bowled. Handy when you've got a bloke who can bat up the line and bowl early as well, I reckon, Rob.
Yes, it's always handy to have all-rounders in the team.
Yep.
Be a lot better if this rain would disappear.
Do you need to move back in some way, Rob? You're going to get extremely wet sitting there.
Yes.
They're going to have a... They're going to make cricket a summer game, I reckon. So if we can't test that theory because there's been no summer. I don't know how Rob's going to go. He's trying to get himself reorganised. He's got his slippers on anyway. He's on the way. Goddard, looking pretty comfortable, Goddard.
The primitive conditions we've got to live with.
Yeah, and of course Reece Cordeaux bowling now. It was about this heavy when they stopped in the Murdoch batting innings. Goddard looks pretty comfortable actually. He's got plenty of time to play his shots. I can see this being one of those days where when the game finishes and the results are in, that there'll be lots of games unfinished and they'll go right through till 7 o'clock with this sort of day.
Cordeaux comes in, bowls to Goddard, who hits it straight down the ground, and that should skid all the way for 4. Straight through the goals.
Rob's priority of scoring is under pressure at the moment. In fact, they're coming off. So nice 4, did enough. 1 for 23 in the 4th over. And they're going to scurry off for a bit of rain. This will keep us off for a few minutes, I would think. And we might have a break. Yeah, Pete's going to organise a little break for us. And we'll be back in a moment. You're listening to the Bendigo Bank cricket broadcast. We'll be back soon.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
The Mornington Peninsula Bowls region asks you to check out why lawn bowls in the Mornington Peninsula is just for you. It's fun, it's social, and it's affordable. That's right, it's fun, it's social, and it's easy to learn. There are over 25 bowls clubs on the Mornington Peninsula which offer free lessons and the free use of bowls. Get on the green now. Lawn bowls on the Mornington Peninsula is more than just a game. Station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
And we've just got a rain delay here at Mornington as the crew are probably about a 5 minute break here, but we should be back very shortly. Of course, sport going on all around the peninsula tomorrow. We're down at Sorrento. Of course, there's some pickleball which will be happening down there at the Sorrento netball courts. Also some skateboarding and some handy prizes are on offer down there. Of course, organised down there by the Sorrento community group down there, is headed up by Greg Hilton, of course. So doing a fantastic job, and we'll have some guest speakers as well coming along to have a chat we'll get those happening as well. As Rob mentioned, next week we'll be at Wilson's Road for some baseball from around about 1 o'clock right through the afternoon until about 6:30. So we'll get some news to you there. Cricket again next week. There's no there's no T20 this week with the Jack Peacock Cup. So that's kicked into touch with the Melbourne Cup going on. Monday night, we're down at the Kringle Bowls Club for some bowls action there. They've got their spectacular happening down there. So anything could happen. And then Tuesday night, we might have some 2-4-2 bowls happening down at Kringle as well. So lots happening around the peninsula. And of course, Friday night, we have all aspects of sport from 4 o'clock till 6 o'clock. With Daz, I think AJ's away in South Australia. And on Wednesday night we'll have the cricket show as well. So some really good action happening around. As we're still probably about another 5 minutes. What we might do is just play a sponsor's announcement from Bendigo Bank. And that's talking about Mallacoota and all the great work they've done down there. You're listening to RPPFM.
So Mallacoota is surrounded by Crojinglong National Park, which is about 87,000 hectares, and it encompasses a range of vegetation communities and heaps of really unique flora and fauna species. Leading up to the fires, we had a lot of drought. Some moisture measurements were taken by DeWalt before the fires came through, and the moisture content was about the same as in the Mallee.
That year was really bad for bushfires. It was incredibly dry. We'd had drought for a few years, and of course, because of the dryness and the drought, we hadn't been able to do a lot of fuel management, so the bush was ready to explode. One of the things that impressed me straight after the fires was the way the community embraced the idea of setting up MADRA, which is the community-based organisation. And one of the things that made us feel that we could go with that idea was the fact that the Bendigo Bank came behind us immediately and offered its support, offered its financial advice. That was a huge relief to us. The money that would come from donations, and there have been a lot, would be in safe hands.
It's really important to support local communities in crisis because we're there for the local community. We're part of it and it's part of our DNA. So we're there both after the immediate crisis and through the long term to help and support the community grow out. We've donated $4.3 million into the local community and the solar farm that is yet to be built.
Prior to the bushfires, Mallacoota was powered by a single line over 240 kilometres long. We have had many issues with outages. Our power went out over 24 hours prior to the fire actually arriving. The solar farm is being built on East Gippsland Water's wastewater treatment plant to provide sustainable energy to this community. So the solar farm will directly contribute to the length of time that our microgrid will sustain itself. Without the contribution of the Mallacoota Community Bank, so many organizations in this town would be unable to do what they are doing. And without their support, our lives here would not be what they are.
So nearly 2 years on after those catastrophic Black Summer bushfires, the bush is regenerating really nicely. You just go for a stroll anywhere around town or the national park and you're seeing amazing regrowth. The wildflowers are absolutely incredible now, and it's really awesome to see those species that we were a little bit worried about that may not recover after fire starting to recover.
We have people here who've retired, we have people here who are trying to set up businesses, we've had people here who just want to go fishing. Mallacoota is a really unusual place, it's a very beautiful place. That's one of the reasons why people are here. That hasn't changed. People want to be here, people love to be here.
I'm very optimistic about the future. We want to stay living in a healthy, thriving, safe community for the rest of all of our lives. And we are working to make that happen.
There's a couple of really positive things that have come out of the community as a result of the bushfires. One is a real resilience. There's a growing optimism about how we reshape from here, given what's happened to us. A tremendously positive community spirit has arisen, even though we've been through tragedy.
And we're back here at Mornington as we just get some information through that still have a bit of a band of weather to come through, just coming over the bay now. So we could be more than 5 or 10 minutes here, but we'll just keep on persisting as we get some score updates from around the peninsula via the MPCA, and as we do, we'll also get some other results on what's happening as well. Again, umpires here not looking to go out at the moment. They're just thinking about what their choices are, but there's not much happening at the moment. So we'll keep you posted. But in the meantime, let's see if we can go around. Someone's car goes off again. No, still no news there as Neil joins us back.
G'day, Pete.
How are we going?
Going good. Get a couple of little scores. I'll go, but the Tigers and Somerville have got a washout, so there's a couple of washouts on the cards. Mount Martha ended up 137. Balnarring and Tookarook had their game down to 24 overs, and Balnarring off the first 12 were 3 for 80. Jeez. So that's anything can happen between now and 7 o'clock on that one. And Baxter ended up, no, we still haven't got an update on that one. The last we had, they were 4 for 113. So, Mount Eliza, yeah, 202 is a pretty handy score.
Yeah.
Pretty handy score there. Rosebud, 6 for 216 against Hastings.
216.
Yeah, no surprises there really. No. I don't think.
Rye
ended up 120, and Mount Martha 137. YCW 6 for 132 off 40 overs against Sky. And just wonder whether there's going to be enough time to get the overs through in that one.
Yeah.
It was an interesting question raised though, Mick. Sorry, when I was talking to Mick, but Rob, you haven't had a chance. We mentioned it, but we haven't really explored it. If you have a late start because of rain, they reduce the overs, and there's a formula for it. When you get, as with this situation and quite a few other games, rain during the game, you don't get any adjustment to the overs like a Duckworth-Lewis system or anything like that.
That's dumb.
Yeah. So that you can keep playing till 7 o'clock, but if you're overs short because you're running out of time, you have no play at all.
That's just, to me, look, that's not 3OPP's opinion. It's just my opinion only. If you don't like it, you can send me an email, but that's dumb.
And I'm not telling you my email address, but that's their problem.
No, that's it. But it's just silly because you've got to take.
You're missing the chance of getting a result, aren't you?
And the name of playing one day cricket when you've got a chance like this is to get a result. Now, they got through the 40 overs. That's fine.
Yeah.
But you lost 12 minutes. Is that right, Pete?
We lost 12 minutes.
12
in the
minutes
batting.
in the first bit.
Yeah.
Well, we're about 12 minutes now at the moment, so that's 24 minutes, up to half an hour.
Yeah.
Now, then you've got to start deducting a few overs, and you say, right, I think the system is you take out your best over and your worst over, and then the average over.
Yep.
In between you, which brings the runs back to how many runs you've got to score off.
Yep, you could do that system. The fact that they actually record how many runs there are off each other over.
Yeah.
You could, sort of say, well, they were after the 32nd over, they were 140 or whatever.
I'm not completely.
That's not doesn't work too well.
I'm not completely over the situation like that, but
yeah.
I know. Well, there was that ridiculous situation. You go back to one of the World Cups many years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was Pakistan versus India, or something, or South Africa versus somebody, and they were going along very nicely, and all of a sudden, 22 runs off one ball.
Yeah. You're saying, we're going well, and all of a sudden there's no overs left, so we had to be doing it.
There is a system there to work, and it's just a case of just implicating it or employing it into this situation here. Like, do you take off 5 overs, bring the score back to whatever, and say, well, now you're chasing this much off 35 overs.
Yeah, they've got to work out a system, and I think the difficulty has been that when it's been discussed, they haven't been able to find a satisfactory system.
Just looking at the radar loop.
Here's a picture of where we are on a map, and there's all these blue and green things coming towards us, Rob.
Yeah, and there's one little red one coming, only a
As
little
well.
dot, but that's coming as well. And I think that's not going to augur well for the rest of the day, to be honest, because there's no point sitting around.
And once the ground gets to a certain spot,
what's the time now?
Even though it's in good nick, 4 o'clock.
4 o'clock, right? So, but basically, you've got 3 hours to get through 37 overs.
Yeah, 37. Yep.
Right, that's not going to happen.
Couldn't. No, there comes a time where the captains could probably say, not much point here. I mean, the ground is.
Well, the ground's not getting wet.
There's yells.
The pitch is going to be slippery.
Yes.
The ball's going to be disadvantaged.
Yep. They're getting. And we're getting ready for the derby.
Yeah. So, look, I think the honest truth is that the umpires have got a lot of considering to go on.
Yep.
And the honest truth is, if I was one of the umpires, I'd be seriously saying, "Listen, boys,
do you think there's a game, the possibility of result? Because I've got my doubts."
So the other thing too is
that's how the players think.
The other thing the umpires have got to consider is if somebody gets hurt.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially if you're a quick bowler sliding in.
Yeah, and if you go out, if you're
on concrete,
if you're an umpire and says, "Yeah, let's go out and play," and the bowler comes in first ball, does an Achilles.
Yeah. You're not going to be real impressed.
Well, the blame falls back on the umpire for saying it's okay to play.
Saying it's playable, yeah.
And in today's world of suing everybody under the sun just for tripping over a tile in Myers or something, you don't want to take the risk.
No.
So you always take the safe option. Say, sorry, boys, the ground's too wet, the pitch is unplayable, and up stumps and go home. Or get to the bar early.
There could be quite a few games that...
but that bank of rain coming across there, Pete's not looking too flash, mate. Seriously.
Of rain, Pete's suggesting there's at least half an hour of damp stuff around here. And then you've got to...
A bit of a break with another burst coming across.
There might be another burst, and you've still got to make the ground playable at that point.
And at the moment, Mornington's pitch has been known to hold a bit of water.
Okay. In the Sorrento game, playing, where are we? Long Island. After 32 overs, 3 for 135, and they're off for rain again. This is the first innings still.
Yeah, so that sort of becomes a bit of a no game.
Well, it does. I mean, you're almost at the stage where, they can't stop. No one's allowed to, in the rules, they're not allowed to declare. They've got to go through now to their 40 overs.
So this is where you turn around and say,
on again, off again. What's the point? Yeah.
Then you got a 20-minute break.
Yep.
So it's 4 o'clock now.
That's going to take it to quarter to 5 to try and bowl another 40 overs.
Well, you got to 5 o'clock with a break.
Yes. Yeah.
And you're not going to get 40 overs in 2 hours.
No, so they've got to get 48 overs for the game. They've got to get back on, and they've got to have a break in between.
So this is where common sense has got to take a precedent somewhere.
Yep. And players, teams want to play and they want to get a result.
Yeah.
Generally, I mean, sometimes there's a special situation where it's the last round and you're hanging into the 4 or something. But in general, people want a result.
Yeah.
But the rules aren't allowing any flexibility for that. And the rules belong to the association and the teams, and maybe when they're discussed, there's a bit of timidity, a bit of caution, or not sure will it work for us or whatever. Instead of saying, what's the best way of getting the game in?
I just got to look at common sense.
Yep.
And unfortunately, you can leave it up to the clubs and all the associations I've known. The clubs don't have the greater good for everybody. They just think about themselves.
Their own point of view. Yeah.
So they're not too concerned about what they care about down the road.
No.
That's what's good for us.
Yeah.
Will be good for the association.
Doesn't always work that way.
Now in that case, you got 8, 16, 28, 30,
34 clubs.
34 clubs.
Yep.
So you got 34 different opinions on what's good for the association.
Yeah.
And Jason Nagle's, doing a wonderful job as
absolutely.
He's keeping everybody informed,
and he could probably come up with an idea, but it doesn't mean people would go for it. But it's got to be talked about. They've got to discuss
Look,
that one.
My idea of a good administrator is a bloke who gets the game going.
Yes.
And doesn't care about outside opinion.
Yeah.
And it either works or it doesn't work.
Yeah. So we've got to look at what happens there, and it's only when you have these wet seasons that when you have this sort of issue, you know. Like the only reason we got a heat temperature rule is because we had that day of 43 about 5 years ago, whatever. Probably longer ago than that now.
People were falling over all over the place.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, I think he's just got to.
Old Stan nearly passed out one day. That was really hot. Umpiring.
It's just a case of it doesn't matter what you're thinking. Just common sense has got to prevail.
Yep. So that's something for the association to look at, and they're not going to be able to change it during the season.
No, they're just going to have to live with what they got now.
Live with what they got for the moment, but for next year, you've got
something
to
look forward
at some
to.
Flexibility.
And quite honestly, I think, well, even if this stopped now, it'd be half an hour before they're even going to get on because they've got to get the pitch dry enough that the bowler's going to be safe.
Yep.
And we've already seen Shane Hockey slide over once, going off for a single, trying to turn into a two. Now, I'd imagine the bowler's coming in and putting the foot down.
That's right. Both sides are trying to run.
Yeah.
And run hard and turn and change direction. And
the other thing too is, a bit of precipitation on the ground. All of a sudden, the ball's
wrecked.
Well, they don't wear spikes.
No, and the ball's wrecked.
So there's no gripping on the ground.
Yep.
So that you're going to have fielders going arse over tit sort of thing.
That's falling over for the people who aren't familiar with that terminology. And Pete's, there it is. So we're sitting right in the middle of that little green patch in the middle of the radar. Really.
And if you're like me, I don't mind seeing the rain because it means I don't have to cut the grass.
Well, you can't get on.
That's right.
Yeah,
it's a bit like cricket. You can't get on. Actually, I'll tell you what, one thing was pretty confusing when I did turn the laptop on. I originally got the picture, you had Balnarring versus whatever, and I'm hearing Bryce McGain's name.
Yeah, just saying, hang on, who's he playing for today?
Yeah. I'm thinking, I hope the message is right. You said, come down to Mornington.
Yeah. Which probably explains why you had the great grin on your face when you walked around the corner. Thank God I found the right ground.
Yeah. But no, I think, look, the honest truth,
doesn't look like,
in all the years I've played cricket, this is not looking like a restart.
No. If you're in a situation where there was 5 overs left in the game, you'd hang around.
You'd hang around, but there's 37 overs left.
37 overs.
It's not going to happen before, unless Mornington has one of the almighty collapses.
Yeah.
Or Murray come out and bowl the biggest load of tripe of all time.
Yep.
But it's going to be dangerous for both.
Yeah, at this stage it's dangerous. There's little puddles out near the gates where the players walk in.
And that pitch would just be like an ice skating rink at the moment.
Yeah, it wouldn't be easy to stand up on it, for sure. So all the games
are getting washed off.
Well, yes. Some started early on the washout.
Oh, Pete's picked up on a game somewhere. Where's that, Pete? Is it on Frog Box?
Yes, it is. It's time seconds.
See if we can get a Red Hill Frog Box up. I was trying before and I gave up. Yep. Well, they're chasing Balnarring chasing 105. No, it should be the first. They've swapped the ground around. Yeah. The second game is now at Rosebuds. Oh, I can't remember exactly now, but
there is 5 grounds at Mount Eliza.
But that's right. And they're just about all covered too. And Mount Eliza will be a bit annoyed, making 200 or something. So that's first. The one that's on the screen, Balnarring Park, all out for 105. Wicket shared and 2 run-outs. Can't pick the score. They're normally pretty good getting the score up, but on the Frog Box. I know there's a game at Red Hill. Don't know what the chances are of you tracking anything down there, Pete.
Here goes the guru.
Ooh. Now, that's pretty interesting. Dramana were 3 for 156. They had 3 overs to go. They ended up 197. They've touched up the last few overs.
It's a fair bit of teeing off there.
Yeah.
No.
Probably means that it's a bit damp.
Yeah, well, I think if you've got a fire going, listeners, sit in front of it, get a good book, bottle of Shardy, a glass.
Actually, it's almost red territory, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of weather.
Yeah, it's not looking good. There's a lot of green in that second lot coming through too, on the second. It's just about crossing the bay now, so it won't be too far away.
So some of the big scores: Rosebud 6 for 216 against Hastings.
Yeah.
Continues the difficult season that Hastings are having, I guess.
Yeah, they're going to struggle a little bit this year, I think.
Yep. Carrum Downs against Carrum, played at Cannonook. Had to move that direction. And they end up 157 with Gordon Waterfall getting 55. Seaford 190. And just repeat the Tremana, 41 off the last three overs. End up 197, and they had a very strong side, I must say. I've got a little preview of that. I'll just find it and read through the team. So, Dale Irving.
Yep.
Yep. Pete Cassidy, who's a very handy-looking player,
Yeah.
played a bit at Dandenong last year. Civarella. Lenardi, the captain and keeper. Kieran Vogel. Jack Fowler. Wade Symes.
Oh, hang on.
Mackenzie. Jai Vocal. Chris Vervoost. And the Englishman Rob Wills. So that's a very strong side. And for them to bounce back, not bad, Pete. 41 of the last three overs, 197. That
very handy.
Yeah, but I don't think they're going to get much use out of it because it'll be damp down at Fermanagh too, I suspect.
So it's looking, across the southern peninsula. Well, we saw the back of Borneo there.
And the
Borneo,
northern,
sorry.
Yeah, that's all right.
I was
People
looking
say
up.
that.
It was looking pretty good. So
Well, it's always different there, and you can play. If the rain stops, you can play. It just drops through the ground. It's very sandy soil.
Yep.
So you can always play at Borneo. It's only the rain that would stop you.
But as we're seeing on
or
the
the wind. Borneo Doctor might get you too, Pete.
The Borneo Doctor. So we're seeing on the screen there at the moment a nice little puddle with some water and some broom.
At the gate. They're ready if required, but they've got to stop before you can get out there.
But the broom is probably in anticipation for some flooding on the wicket, which normally happens down here at Mornington.
Yeah. Should see if we can get that frog box one up there again, and at least we can talk a little bit about something.
Let's have a look and see what we can find out and see. Let's venture down to Borneo. Of course, a T20 match last week down there.
Yep. And the highlight then, I thought, was the batting of O'Connell, the BBL bloke. Got a very handy and brisk 40-odd. Plus Kane Donald, who's batting very well for Rosebud at the moment.
I'm just hoping that
you can get a score out of it. Nothing up there at this stage. Trying to get an update from some of my contacts.
There's a stop match happening at the moment. We'll just have a look at that one and see what it is there. But I believe it's seconds.
Time.
So that looks like it's halted as well after.
Yeah, they had a little bit at time. They had a delayed start, and in the end, Rye made 120. Hose got 3 wickets, and Blades made 30 odd. Bonio are 30 from 11 overs at this stage. So just chugging along nicely. Seen only need 106, so that's one game which has half a chance of getting a result.
No, well, they're the only frog boxes I can pick up at the moment.
Okay. I don't think much happening with the Red Hill and Old Peninsula one. They had a delayed start too. So, but up at the chip, those tend to attract clouds up there, so it might attract the rain as well today, you'd think.
Might have just, well, the cloud bounders just missed them there, looking on the radar and just going over the top of Rosebud.
Oh yeah.
So we should
might get something.
We should see the end of that very shortly.
So here at Mornington, still raining. It's eased off a bit, but it is still pretty steady. 1 for 23 in the middle of the 4th over.
And if you're
chasing 143,
if you're Mornington, Neil, do you have a red hot crack and try and get it over with before more, or
you do,
or you play it out?
You do, because Murdoch have struggled for wins so far this year, and if you get a chance to get a win against them, you take it.
Yep.
So I think they'd be looking at it.
So 120 to get.
120 to get. If they can get on and get 20 overs, out of the 37, it might be enough to get there.
Well, I reckon that's it for the rain. It is starting to drop off a bit. But the puddles on the ground still show some action down there.
Yep.
As Gentleman Rob just jumps out in front of picture there.
So Bonio none for 30 off 11. They're chasing 106, and here we're waiting for the rain to stop, as they are at quite a few grounds.
We
couple
might
already washed out.
No, we might take another
break.
And listen to a couple of sponsors.
All
and
right.
We'll be right back after that.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs, a station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match, because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
So Malakuta is surrounded by Crojinglong National Park, which is about 87,000 hectares, and it encompasses a range of vegetation communities and heaps of really unique flora and fauna species. Leading up to the fires, we had a lot of drought. Some moisture measurements were taken by DeWalt before the fires came through, and the moisture content was about the same as in the Mallee.
That year was really bad for bushfires. It was incredibly dry. We'd had drought for a few years, and of course, because of the dryness and the drought, we hadn't been able to do a lot of fuel management, so the bush was ready to explode. One of the things that impressed me straight after the fires was the way the community embraced the idea of setting up MADRA, which is the community-based organisation. And one of the things that made us feel that we could go with that idea was the fact that the Bendigo Bank came behind us immediately and offered its support, offered its financial advice. That was a huge relief to us. The money that would come from donations, and there have been a lot, would be in safe hands.
It's really important to support local communities in crisis because we're there for the local community. We're part of it and it's part of our DNA. So we're there both after the immediate crisis and through the long term to help and support the community grow out. We've donated $4.3 million into the local community and the solar farm that is yet to be built.
Prior to the bushfires, Malakuta was powered by a single line over 240 kilometres long. We have had many issues with outages. Our power went out over 24 hours prior to the fire actually arriving. The solar farm is being built on East Gippsland Water's wastewater treatment plant to provide sustainable energy to this community. So the solar farm will directly contribute to the length of time that our microgrid will sustain itself. Without the contribution of the Malakuta Community Bank, so many organizations in this town would be unable to do what they are doing. And without their support, our lives here would not be what they are.
So nearly 2 years on after those catastrophic Black Summer bushfires, the bush is regenerating really nicely. You just go for a stroll anywhere around town or the national park and you're seeing amazing regrowth. The wildflowers are absolutely incredible now, and it's really awesome to see those species that we were a little bit worried about that may not recover after fire starting to recover.
We have people here who've retired, we have people here who are trying to set up businesses, we've had people here who just want to go fishing. Malakuta is a really unusual place, it's a very beautiful place. That's one of the reasons why people are here. That hasn't changed. People want to be here, people love to be here.
I'm very optimistic about the future. We want to stay living in a healthy, thriving, safe community for the rest of all of our lives. And we are working to make that happen.
There's a couple of really positive things that have come out of the community as a result of the bushfires. One is a real resilience. There's a growing optimism about how we reshape from here, given what's happened to us. A tremendously positive community spirit has arisen, even though we've been through tragedy.
Everyone knows knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Established in 1988, Progress Signs has been servicing the local community for 30 years. Located on the Mornington Peninsula, they are the #1 destination for all your signage needs, specialising in a variety of signage from vehicles to shop fronts, occasional and corporate events, short-term, long-term and everything in between. If it's signs you need, be it large or small, Progress Signs is the place to call. Available 24/7 at progress-signs.com.au or call the team on 5975 9188. Thinking signs? Think Progress Signs. A station sponsor.
Battery World now open in Mornington.
We know batteries. We know our 75 D23Ls from our DIN 65 LHs. And we know which is best for you. We have the range and a spark no one else can match because we live and breathe batteries. Those beautiful boxes and cylinders that power our lives and our passions. That's why we're the batteryologists. We're Battery World.
Battery World Shop 1, 43 Mornington Tyre Road, Mornington.
Hello, I'm Roy Sanderson from RJ Sanderson and Associates. We have created a 10-step roadmap to recovery for businesses. To inquire or get a copy, go to our website rjsanderson.com.au.
A station sponsor.
Everyone knows Australia has 4 big banks. But there's another big bank snapping at their heels. It's been around for over 160 years, has 1.9 million customers nationwide who bank in branch, online or with their mobile app, and is regularly voted one of Australia's most trusted brands. Who is this bank that has everyone's attention? Welcome to Bendigo Bank, the better big bank.
Welcome back to the NPCA cricket broadcast, brought to you by our good friends at the Bendigo Bank, Neil Williams and Rob Bowen and Pete Sasovich. Loving the weather, Rob.
Oh, magnificent, mate! Absolutely magnificent.
It's eased, but it hasn't stopped.
I think the NPCA should change their name to mostly Precipitation Cricket Association.
The P could be precipitation, yes. Yeah. All right, so we're getting a few extra scores through and got lots of games stopping and starting. Baxter 5 for 151 from 33. Now the interesting thing there is no one's allowed to declare, so they've still got to bat 7 overs before they get a chance to gain from that and try to get Pines out. And they'll be, as we've said before, that's at least a half hour once they get back on, then 40 overs, and you can't go past 7 o'clock. So there's some issues there. Ballon Park playing Bonio. Bonio went under 30 off 10, chasing 105. So they've
got themselves set.
Got themselves in for a chance there. Carrum Downs 157. Carrum 4 for 26, and Ryan Lynch has got 3 for 10. Mount Martha ended up 144. They were all out in the 35th over. So that gave them it gives them a few minutes up their sleeve.
Yeah.
Piersdale 1 for 9 in reply. So Mount Martha give themselves a chance. Just the fact that they went out because you're not allowed to declare.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Red Hill 9 for 140 against Old Peninsula. That's a tee now at 4:30. So are they going to have enough time to get all those overs in, or enough overs, or will Old Peninsula be able to bat well enough? Sky 1 for 52 off 7, chasing 132, set by YCW.
They give themselves a real big chance.
Having a dip. having a dip, so 80 to get. They've still got 33 overs, still got 2.5 hours. So they've put themselves in with a chance of a result there.
I might have to duck down there for a beer, I think.
Tyab, 1 for 22 off 7. Rye end up with 120 on the board.
115,
120, something of that kind. So, 1 for 22 off 7. Tyab. So there's a chance for a result in that game, but there's lots of games where it's going to be very difficult to get a result. And this one here is starting to lead in that direction as well. And it's that quirky rule that we talked about. If you start late, there's a formula for deducting overs.
Yeah.
The Balnarring Tookerel game is an example. They got a late start and only playing 24 overs, whereas the games who start and then get the rain break,
you get that silly.
Still have to have 40. Still have to have 40 and a limit of 7 o'clock, and that's an unusual one. Occasionally it comes into play, and today is one of those ones that is definitely in play.
Hey, look, I might be in the minority, but I can't see why we have to go through to 7 o'clock. Most 99.9% of the associations go between 1 o'clock and 6 o'clock.
Yeah, and definitely stop. I suppose what the idea is, if there's a stop for a certain reason.
I can understand, you know, if you say lose 20 minutes or something, you go to 20 past 6 or something, that's fine.
Yeah.
But
why 7?
Why 7 o'clock?
Yeah. I think what they're saying is that that's the maximum, and 15 overs in the last hour, which would start at 6.
Yeah, like they catered for bad captaincy by throwing an extra half hour in for the bowlers, or the captain to get his bowlers through.
And enabling you to go real slow, although they're now going to make some changes about that, so that they're getting the finishing time listed on the official card now by the umpires, and that means the board or the planning committee are in a position to do a please explain to any captain, saying how come it's so slow, what's going on.
Yeah, but they've still got a finishing time of 7.
Well, that's right. So which can impact on the result.
So you can't get into trouble until 7 o'clock.
Yeah, that's potentially. Yeah,
that's the dumb thing about it.
Yeah.
And you know, I was brought up in all my cricket. We started at 1, finished at 6.
Yeah.
You know, in a full day game, you might remember those, Neil. We used to play those on.
They do fantastic. Australia Day long weekend or something, on a Monday or.
And you started at 11 o'clock and you play a 50-over game.
Yeah.
But you still had to finish by 6.
That's right. You had to get the overs in. And in fact, I played in a game where we were way in front and finished 3 overs short at 6 o'clock and missed out by 3 overs on winning by 150 runs. Now,
so it's funny. I was talking.
Got a camera on that man with check his broom work and technique. The umpires are out there as well, so everyone's going to have a bit of a look.
See,
sorry, Rob.
I ran into Bedders and Waterhouse.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago down at the Grand Hotel.
They used to finish their overs 10 to 5.
Yeah, well, Ian and Bradley were going with Birchie as well. Yeah, they'd bowl their 75 overs in, like you said, 10 to 5, 10 past 5.
Yeah.
And there was never a problem. But I think the adding an extra half hour onto a...
Rain has officially stopped. That's something.
Yeah.
Umps are going to have a bit of a look. There's a guy with a broom just in case they decide they're going to have a crack.
Can we zoom in on umpire Vinny Booth there, Pete?
Well, we got up close. We've got a man with a broom. We've got the second umpire there. Vinny's over to the right-hand side. Just about. There he is. There he is. He just...
Here comes some more squeegees and brooms out.
Yeah, they're all going out now. Groundkeeper Willie will be out next.
I think they need Lindsay Fox's helicopter to come down and sort
of... They need something along those lines.
Yeah.
At least the puddle at the gate here in front of us, which we've shown a bit before, is off the ground. That's something.
I'd protest. Why should I get wet feet going out?
Here's
the
Smalley with the
blower vac.
With the blower vac.
Yeah, you won't see the Muridoc boys going out to help.
Well, no, it's not. They don't probably need to. They're probably happy to get 6 points in a game where a lot of teams will get 6 points because of the rain.
I'm pretty sure if they were 8 for 60, they'd be out there helping.
So Red Hill 9 for 140, as I mentioned, off their overs.
Who are they playing again?
They're playing Old Peninsula, and Rob Bedford's just saying he's over the rain. He probably didn't quite use those terms, but he's not happy with the rain at the moment. And don't blame him. The Red Hill one, that was a late tee because rain and all sorts of things like that, and they had a delayed start anyway, aiming for 1 o'clock. So it may not have been 40. That may not have been a 40 over game. Might have come down to about 36 or something. But Old Peninsula will, rain allowing, will have a crack soon.
Just looking at that blower back, there's a fair bit of water coming off that pitch.
Yep.
Peach just said, have a look at the pictures.
35 over game, thank you, Glenn Collette.
And not to mention the water around the pitch either, which is...
Okay, so they've called off the game at Sorrento.
Yep.
And we must compliment... thanks, Rob. That flew us out of the screen. Must compliment Glenn on his haircut. Yeah. He was out... Where did we see him? He was at Dramana the other night, and he copped the glare from the dome. So, but it looked good, Glennie, and
I think I need a beer.
Yep, I think 135 overs that Red Hill one.
That's a pretty big puddle right next to the pitch.
So Sorrento Long Island is off.
Yeah, I don't reckon it looks good. They've got to get rid of that water around the pitch.
Tybe 1 for 32 off 10. Chasing Rise score of 120.
That's a fair amount of water he's sweeping off the pitch there.
Doing all right, isn't he?
So you headed down the other end. Oh yeah, look at that water. Can you zoom in on that, Pete? Where the brooms are?
That's fantastic effort. Look, blokes out there, and they're working hard. There's a fair bit splashing off when you look at what the broom's taking off. We're at the stage of one little burst and they'll just say, let's forget it, boys. Yeah. That's the stage we're at. We look over our right shoulder again. It's a bit clearer, but behind the clearness is another long band, which is sort of flying through Werribee at the moment, and it's long enough that it's going to hit us no matter what way the wind takes it.
Here comes another blower being brought onto the ground.
Well, I mean, you always have a go. You don't sort of think, oh, gee, what if.
Neil, if it was us playing in the fifths, we'd be
Fifths,
saying, what if?
Yeah, well, that's right. You wouldn't bother in the lower grades. In fact, it probably helped a lot of games get started that this is the weekend, cup weekend virtually, that there's no lower grades. That was a request from the president's meeting that they had, because that was always this is the weekend where they really struggled to fill teams, and I thought, well, if we give the lower grades a week off, then just go ones and first and seconds.
Yeah.
And you can't predict the rain on that, but that's what's turned it off at the moment. But it was just as well, because there were a few games transferred to where lower grades would have normally have played. So
I suppose in a way that's a good initiative by the end.
Oh, just it hasn't worked out, and Rob's got pleurisy or something.
Oh, I've got dry throat. I need liquid in the form of an amber colour.
Yeah, we're getting in close there. You can see if all the umps are going to wander away, have a quiet chat, look around the ground. Yep, so they've gone to the far side of the ground, the Main Street end, and having a quiet chat and a bit of a look around, because it's all very well getting the pitch right, but if there's areas on playing the outfield that are dangerous, well then that's got to be taken into account as well. And POB, or Old Peninsula, are 1 for 7 off 2 overs, chasing that score of 140 by Red Hill. Oh, poor old Dave Kirby, our good mate. He had to leave. They're still off at the Mount Eliza game. They got 200 on the board, but he had to work. Some of us had to work. It's a shame, Dave. We do feel sorry for you, but if they're off, then struggling to get back, I would think.
I thought Dad has to work in December.
You know, it's almost. And Adadramana's 5-197. Kieran Vocal was 98 not out, and did his hamstring at the end there. So that's not a good thing, because he's in ripping form for them.
And that noise in the background, you can hear people.
Yeah, it's good.
The blower vacs are feverishly trying to get the water off the pitch.
Yeah, so the rain band's hitting Sorrento, according to Pete, and that game's already been called, Sorrento Long Island.
And it's coming straight down the highway, is it, Pete?
Well, I hope it doesn't make a left and end up this way, but it's most likely to. The other game that, we definitely know he's on is Bonio and Balnarring. They might cop some more rain too. Pete's going to have a bit of a check for the people watching on the screen. Umpires have
having a slow wander around.
They've swung themselves around to the goal square now. Still having a chat and a look. Extra one or two there to Bonio. You can see on the other screen that we've got going. So they're working ones and twos. So giving themselves a chance of a victory, Bonio, against Balnarring. Ballan Park, I should say.
Yeah, there's no real formula to actually drying up the pitches there.
Just do what you can.
Yeah.
Right, Sky. So, just recapping, YCW made 6 for 132 off 40 overs.
Yep.
Sky, 1 for 65 off 10. So right in it.
Yeah.
70 overs to get, off for rain at the moment. 70 runs to get, off for rain. So
it sort of falls into the. It does sort of fall into the batsman's favour because the ball's going to get crapped up very nicely.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you probably can't send your best fast bowler charging in and firing his best stuff. If you've got a leg spinner, you might have trouble gripping the ball properly. So it limits your attack.
Yeah, it's sort of.
And the batsman just got to stick his bat behind the ball and just run a couple of ones and twos.
But basically on those sort of wet tracks, you just get on the front foot.
Yep.
Well, there is blue sky in Victoria, people. I can see it.
It's magnificent.
But
gets any better. Vossi will come out. Oh no, actually his chair's a bit damp. We'll have to clean it.
I'll get another towel off him.
Oh.
But yeah, it's sort of the clouds are getting higher. But as you said, there's another band that just shot through Sereno and doing a sharp lefty down the highway. Yeah, boys having a long chat, and I'm sure not a lot of it's about cricket either.
That's always the interesting thing about cricket. When I get home on Saturday night, Mark always says, "So what's talk about today?" And I say, "Actually, just talk a bit about cricket today." And I said, "Oh, really? You normally supposed to talk about anything except cricket." But when it rains.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's where Phil Manning used to be good when Phil joined us. He'd have a whole range of things. We'd be talking movies, all sorts of stuff. And
I bet you can talk about movies if you like.
No, I haven't. No.
I haven't got the range that Al McGillivray and Brian Johnson had about Johnny Arlen about talking about seagulls. And
In fact, I'm quite surprised that there are no seagulls on this ground because there are a lot of seagulls in Mornington. What's the discussion? Having a chat to the fellow with the broom. The big decision will be when the hands go onto the stumps. That'll be the discussion. At the moment they're still working away. Smalley there, the batsman got his pads on. In fact, both batsmen are there, so they must be feeling as though it is in their favour. And Hockey, he's out there too. I thought Vossi might have got out there and done a bit. Can you reckon?
He's directing traffic from upstairs.
Oh, he's probably upstairs sending out text messages.
Should we go over and interview the umpires and see what their thoughts are?
Maybe. Ooh. I've got Heather Hill at 3 for 21 off 6 overs, and I've got Pines at 4 for 21. Wow.
They're in trouble.
Yeah. So I'll go up to Pines just to confirm that. 4 for 21. Gee whiz. Old Peninsula 2 for 17 off 5 now.
Oops.
Yeah, very interesting.
O'Malley's gone to the races, or is he?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to give him 10 overs when the conditions are in his favour, would you?
No.
Here we are. Borneo 1 for 66 now, chasing 105, so they're well on the way to a victory.
Yep.
And just a few grabs we've seen there, it seems to be easily just working ones and twos there very hard for Balnarring Park. Oh no, that was Heather Hill 4 for 21. So yeah, gave people the bum steer there. Sorry about that.
We're like captain coach is going out to find out what the umpires are thinking.
It looks like they might be calling that. We'll just have that discussion between the ump and the captains.
Is that Zach going out there? Or the
Yeah, Zach's skipper for
Mornington.
For Mornington.
No, they're still getting water off here, off the pitch. Look at it.
Yeah.
Well, it's quarter to 5. Well, it's quarter to 5 now. Even if they start the next 20 minutes or 15 minutes at 5 o'clock. You know.
You're going to have limited issues with time and the whole work. So, yeah. And I think the games that are going are destined to be going through till 7 o'clock, Rob. Because once they've made that sort of commitment and there's a half a chance of a result,
that's serious overtime.
Then you, yeah, for everybody involved. Then you're definitely looking at.
Should we get Billy over to
potentially 7 o'clock?
Give us his thoughts.
Who are we looking at?
What's his name? Bowden.
Dwayne.
Dwayne.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Billy Bowden. That's a good one. He sounds like an American baseball coach or something. Billy Bowden, a name like that.
Umpire.
Oh, Billy Bowden, the umpire, of course, with the bent finger from New Zealand.
That one.
Yeah, no, that's very good. You're way ahead of me with calling Dwayne Bowden Billy. That was nice. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but Pete's going to go down and have a chat and see what he can ascertain.
Yep.
So there are a couple of games still going. Ours is not going.
Actually, I reckon these boys are probably doing more work out there than they do in their own gardens.
Well, on a day like this, you wouldn't be out working in your own garden, would you? No, that's right. So, Bunny, that was 22 overs for that one for 66. So
yeah, they're going nicely.
They've got about, I think it was 35, so 13 overs to get
40 runs.
Just under 38. So, yeah, they'd be pacing themselves at just a stage where, one good over, just work your ones and twos, one good over and it's all over sort of thing.
That's it.
So that one's progressing okay for towards a result. And Red Hill would have to keep ripping wickets out if they're going to make something out of their game.
Yeah, absolutely.
35, so 30 overs left to play in that game. And just checking the time. 4:50. So yeah, you've got 2 hours, 2 hours, 10 minutes, 30 overs. If they don't go off again, they could get those overs in, and you get a result one way or the other.
They'd have to work pretty hard to do it.
They'll have to push hard. Dramana's got a big chance of a win in their game. They've got. If the Heather Hill boys are 4 for 21, which are all sorts of bother.
Chat with Matt. Had a chat with Matt from the umpires.
Is he there? Oh, you did, yes.
Yep, we're going to have another look at 5.
5 o'clock, the umpires are going to have another look while they're drawing.
Just remind him to put the radar first.
And Pete being helpful, said, boys, make sure you check the radar first because you don't want to. You need all the information at your disposal. Langwarren, they're still off there. None for 3 in the middle of the second over, chasing 118 set by Baden Powell. They'd be a bit miffed, get Baden Powell out for 118 and
get rained off.
There's a chance for a victory there. Sky and YCW are back on, and Sky had a chance. because they got off a bit of a fly. So
Yes.
they're in that one, only chasing 130 and 57 already. So nicely on the, or 60 actually.
Yeah,
nicely on the
67.
way.
Yeah, so they're
So,
halfway there.
Yeah, halfway there, and 2 hours of play left there. So they're right in that game.
Yeah, well, see, Sky's in the situation. You know, a couple of their gun recruits have actually got to start to fire a bit.
Yeah, well, they've done nothing so far, sadly. So just clarifying again, Long Island and Sorrento end up calling it off with Long Island 3 for 135. They still hadn't finished the first over. They've been off a couple of times. So, the first innings. So no chance of getting through those overs. Mount Martha Pearsdale's an interesting one because Mount Martha, after losing early wickets, steadied a little. Walker made 48, Street 20, so they had a bit of a partnership going then.
There's Pete Finney.
After being 5 for 44, they end up 144, and they were all out in the thereabouts the 40th. And Pearsdale 1 for 30 off 8. So chance of chance of a decision in that one. As I said, Bonio Ballon Park, a chance of a decision. Ryan Tybe, chance of a decision in that one. And
we have the umpire here, Neil.
We have the great Vinny Booth here, and we're going to give him a headset and have a quiet chat to him. Thanks, Rob, for that. So, good afternoon, Vin.
G'day, Neil.
Great weather for cricket as always. The rain.
Terrible, shocking.
So when you went out and had a bit of a look, what did you see there?
The pitch is not that bad.
Pitch good. Yeah.
The boys are doing a pretty good job on clearing the surface water.
Yep.
Off the pitch.
I noticed you having a walk around the outfield. How's that looking?
Yeah, not much the same as when we started. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's no disadvantage there really.
Okay. No puddles or
no
little
puddles.
soft spots. No, that's a problem. Yeah.
No, nothing like that.
Okay.
This top side of the ground is pretty good.
Yep. All right. And so you were thinking of having another look in a little while?
We're having another inspection at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
With a view, if everything's okay, to starting at 5:10.
All right. Okay.
Both teams seem to be keen on.
They're happy to have a crack.
Happy to have a crack.
Okay.
Which is good.
Yep.
I suppose they've been missing a lot of cricket.
So people are desperate to get out and play, aren't they?
Yeah,
yes.
That's right, aren't we all?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so it's getting close to about 5:02 now, so you'll be heading off with your partner there soon.
I will, yes.
Now, one of the newer umpires there today. I don't think we've seen much of him previously. Matt?
Newbie.
Yeah. Have you been with him before, or is this the first time you've been together? Yeah. Oh, good.
Him, yeah.
Good.
He's been. I think he's going to be. This is his third year. Yeah,
okay.
Mostly doing the lower grades.
Yep.
But he's come up to do this job.
All right, we've just got a little screen hit, so it's clear now, but there is some more stuff. There's a bottom one heading towards Sorrento, might get the edge of that, but there's also one up near Werribee we might get. So, I mean, you can be lucky or unlucky.
Lucky, yeah.
So, you just go and see what happens.
Yeah, both captains agree that if we get another shower,
that'll be it. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. So, have a look in a few minutes with the chance of starting at 5:10, which would give both teams a chance of just squeezing through. But as we said, one more shower that both teams have agreed that would do it.
it'll put a stop.
Yep. And well done, Vinny. Good to see you, Vinny. Michael Voss mentioned you'd done a couple of Mornington games. I said we could walk to the ground to start with.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the third Mornington game.
Oh,
this year
okay.
Already,
right.
Including the Peacocks. So
yeah. Fantastic. So, Vinny, thanks for joining us. We better.
Thanks, Neil, all the work you do. It's great.
That's
great
all right. We just try to keep people informed.
Yeah.
Sometimes entertained, but although that might be a stretch.
What's happening with the other games?
Well, there's a couple called off, couple still going. There's a few games got a big chance of a result. Bonio and Ballon Park's a real chance of a result. Pearsdale Mount Martha's a chance of a result. Interesting one with Balnarring and Tookarook, where we were going to go, but had some Wi-Fi issues. And that's Bonio just lost a wicket. Cam Williams has gone in and had a swat, and now he's left us. which is nothing unusual.
Nothing
But,
unusual
but
about
with
that.
that game, they had a delayed start, which means you can reduce the overs. But the way the rules sit, you can't reduce overs during the game, which will be an interesting discussion that the
No,
presidents will
that'll
need
take
to
place.
have.
Yeah.
That discussion will take place.
All
yeah.
right, I better get cracking.
Yeah, thanks very much, Vinny. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that one. And Heather Hill 4 for 22. I've got a missed call from Vossi. He's probably upstairs in the sun, in the heat, having a drink or something. I don't know. So yeah, Heather Hill 4 for 22, chasing Dramana's score of 197. So they've put themselves in with a chance, and they're back playing at Sky, who were 1 for 65 off 10, chasing 132. Give themselves a real chance.
Yeah, well, they've got 30 overs, to get 65 runs again. Well, they're about 70 runs.
Yep. Old Peninsula, we'll get some more updates on that. We haven't heard anything for the last few minutes. A little dark out towards Red Hill Way. We'll keep an eye on that one. And they were still off at Mount Eliza too, the last we heard. They might be due to come back in.
Well, there's a big bank sitting right over. Coming over to Mount Eliza now.
Yeah, there's a couple heading that way, and there's another one moving it's towards us. So to be heading, let's see, up from Dramana. That's probably the one that stops Sorrento. It's heading this way now. I mean, it might make a sudden turn east, but that doesn't always happen. Yeah, so there's Pete's got the radar up, and it's the top end of something with a bit of blue and a bit of green, and it's going to head the Mornington soon. So the idea will be the umpires will be going out there very soon.
Well, they're out there now.
Well, they're out, but they're making the decision soon.
Yeah.
Their intention was
to start at 10 past 5.
10 past 5, still 37 overs.
One more belt of rain and that's it.
Absolutely, that would be it. If you're Mornington, you're trying to have a bit of a dash and see if you can get those remaining 120 runs. If you're Miraduck, that could work in your favour because all of a sudden 2 or 3 quick wickets and it moves towards the bowler. So it could be a bit of action between now and 6 o'clock, or the rain might just wipe things out completely. They're the things that are likely to happen. So Pierce-Style, the last we had there was 2 for 30 now in the 9th over, chasing 144. And that game's at Pierce-Style, the Pierce-Style Mount Martha game. Looking in the Pierce-Style direction from here, and the blue sky's heading towards it, so they're going to get a little bit of play time in.
Yeah, but it's that bank coming down on the right-hand side.
There's another one to the right which could sneak up the hill and get that one. So yeah, a lot of interesting things happening. The Rye tie-up game too, we want to remind people it is actually at Rye. So
Serena got washed out. There's a fair chance that Rye's going to get a bit of rain
Rye's
too.
next in line. So that's another one to keep in mind. Baden-Powell Langy, I'm suggesting, I don't know whether they're back on or not, whether they're stopping. I'll get an update to see whether that game is still live or not. Long Island Sorrento is the one that's out. And Baxter had 151 on the board.
They had Heather Hill 4 for 22 or something.
Heather Hill were 4 for 22, yeah. And the Mount Eliza game has just been called off.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, Bonio, that partnership which made a lot of runs for them was broken. Then Cam Williams went in there, hoping to give it a decent clout and didn't. So they're 3 for 68, but still 40 to get. Sorry, 30, 35 to get. So yeah, it doesn't hurt to roll the dice, and it only takes a couple of boundaries, and all of a sudden it's over. So yeah, it's worth making that
Or
gamble.
it takes one ball in your 3 for.
Well, that's right. Yes.
Still blowing water off the side of the pitch there. Yeah, I think any grounds to the right of us, it might be in a bit of trouble as we stand facing towards the city.
Someone falls over, they get wet. You just hope that it's soft enough not to hurt. But yeah, that becomes a question Pete's asking off mic, that what happens if someone does fall over and
gets hurt?
Gets hurt, yeah.
It falls back on the umpires.
Yeah, you'd hope that didn't happen, wouldn't you? Oh, whoops. Karam, 6 for 38, and Ryan Lynch has 4 for 17. So all of a sudden 157 looks pretty good. So the bit happening. Ryan Lynch, 4 for 17 off his 8. Yeah, he's having a good year, Ryan. It'll be interesting to see if we ever get an 80 over game going, whether how he goes, whether he gets deep into a spell. But he's been really good so far this year in the 40 over games, just the 8 over limit on him.
Yeah, he bowls a good line on length, and he makes you play just about every ball too. So
yep,
you're always going to be a chance. So just to recap what's going on here at the moment, we've had 3.4 overs.
Yep.
And the score is, I've got it at 1 for 22, but they've got 1 for 23 on the scoreboard. It's only the one wide so far. Hockey was out LBW to caught 0 for 8. Small is not out 9. Goddard hit a boundary in the rain, and then they promptly went off.
Yeah. He hit it that hard that he brought the rain with it.
Yeah.
So Goddard, a new player for Mornington. He looked a handy bowler, got a couple of tidy overs in with the new ball, and comes in at first drops. That's always
player.
a useful pickup.
Yeah.
And the other batsman in at the moment, well, Hockey went out, LB, and Small.
Josh Small.
Josh Small's in, and they've still got Garnett and Panich, who are probably the best two batsmen, certainly in my view. So, yeah, bit of batting to come. The Murdoch boys in a bit of a huddle here, just talking through the plan. As the ex-Somerville president, Peter Elb, pops in, having a washout at Somerville. They get much of a game going at Pete? At Tigers, yeah. It's pretty rough there and thick, and they had trouble trying to get the mowers onto it. Yeah. Okay, so Somerville had a hit, and then that was the end of it. 4 for 303, Somerville. Wow. Brenton Elp, 180? No? Oh, it's the seconds, right. All right. So, yeah, they didn't quite get on. Okay. Bonio lost one more wicket, just trying to... Not quite sure who went out, but... No, I can't work that. Marching off now. Well, it's not it's not Anderson who's just coming in now, so he's probably the better bat. Old Peninsula, 4 for 42 off 10. And when I looked at their team sheet, there was no Simon Dart named this week.
Oh.
So if they actually pull off a win against Old Peninsula without Dart playing,
they've done well.
That would be a fabulous result if it turns out like that. And there's still plenty to happen. There's still plenty of potential of rain and.
About 10 minutes away.
And
Pete reckons about 10 minutes away.
Langwarrin game also called off. They stopped at 5 o'clock officially called off. And in that game, Baden-Powell had 118. And Langy just started there in the third over in about 3 or 4. Well, actually in the second over in about 3 or 4 minutes. Yeah. So that one was over. Long way to go in that one. Here, about to start, and you could almost sense a hint of sunshine on the ground.
Yeah, I was about
just
to say
a hint.
Just a hint.
Just a hint. I wouldn't officially call it sunshine, but it was trying to become sunshine.
Oh, I found a crack in the cloud somewhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyway.
And Michael Voss wants to know if we need him. He's upstairs if required, but I think we'll be all right at the moment. It's probably dictated more by clouds than anything else, what happens from here. And there's big Kenny Kremen just finding as many loose white cricket balls as he can find, taking them home, putting them in his bag. I think that's one of their warm-up balls that he'd missed before. All right, so
we're about to start.
We are, and forgotten, was this Cordeaux? I think it might have been
Cordeaux bowling. Yep.
Halfway through his second over.
Yeah, he's got 2 balls to go. Comes in, bowls to Goddard, who nearly tried to edge it through.
Ooh. And Reese is having a big look at him and have a smile and is saying a couple of words and he's pointing out, pointing somewhere.
Just saying, well, the last ball went down there.
Yeah, you smacked me before and I bowled the same spot and you completely missed it.
Yeah.
All words to that effect, and he's got a great grin in his face, as Reese always does. The good thing I like about Reese, he always had a crack and a bustle, and it's a bit of energy,
That's it.
Yeah.
All right, he comes in, he turns in for the last ball, the longest second over he's ever bowled in his
Oh,
life.
that one's a thick edge and it's flown in the gap. Past point, or gully I should say. Been chased down, 2 runs there, and Nick Williams running after that. So while there's a game on, we will stay. At 6 o'clock, Julie Clark will be ready in the studio for our radio listeners. But I would say by 6 o'clock we would know one way or the other what's going on in all sorts of games.
Alrighty. Now, it looks like it's going to be Michael Whincup coming on.
Does look like Michael Whincup. Heather Hill 5 for 37. Tiber 2 for 66 off 20. Their target's 120.
Going on nicely.
Yeah, they're normally pretty good at pacing themselves once they get to that situation. So you give them a chance there against Rye, who, if they're going to win, they normally do that by some early wickets. Be with rain around, it's a difficult situation for Pelligaroos gripping the ball, and then he's one of their key bowlers, of course. Whincup. Oh, hello. A yes and a no. He saw it so well that he thought, beauty, I'll have a run, but really wasn't a run in that. Smallly on face, hey?
Cup. Now it comes to the crease. He bowls just small. And just defends it into the short cover region for no run.
So some games didn't even get a start.
Oh, I just felt a drop of rain.
No, just imagination, Rob.
Thanks, mate.
With no rain around.
That's right through him.
That has zipped off the pitch. And that can often happen when you get a little bit of rain off the pitch. Now they're dried off, it'll skid through for a while. And
they went right through him.
So if you bowl there, you want to make the absolute most of the next couple of overs, because you've got some condition in your favour, and it's not going to last for very much longer.
Plus the ball's going to get a little bit damp. And
yes, and all of a sudden it doesn't zip. It's not as hard as it was, and any advantage you had, that's flown.
And again.
Yeah. And you sort of got that good length that it's it's going above off stump, but it's shorter of a length than you would normally want to bowl in these situations. Actually, and he's getting some skid and some zip out of it.
Actually, it doesn't look like he's sort of bustling through either.
No.
Normally he bustles in, but he's sort of just gingerly sort of putting his feet down and using more shoulder.
It's coming off the pitch. That one straighter and just leaning on that one small.
Been a good start from Wind Cup.
It is.
So comes in again, bowls. That's just played into the forward cover region for no run. Starts off with a maiden. Score stays at 1 for 25 off 5.
8 minutes.
8 minutes, Pete's reckon.
Pete's very precise. He reckons in 8 minutes' time that shower might come and scare us all off.
It's going to be Cordeaux again. Bowled to his mate Goddard. Flicks the ball around. There he comes in. He's starting to approach right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Goddard. Bowls. Goddard tries to drive him down the ground. Goddard just puts his big foot in the way. The light's starting to fade again a bit.
Yeah.
Cordeaux now coming in. Pass up by Vinny Booth. Bowls. That's been hit a long way up in the air.
Got enough bat on it. Got enough bat on it.
And that's 6 biggies, I think. It is.
It is, yes.
Straight over square leg.
Yep. He got enough bat that it carried all the way. At first I wasn't quite sure whether it was a bit up in the air, but he definitely got a lot of bat on that and cleared the cones. Didn't quite hit the fence, but a very good 6 there to Goddard.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't going aerial. Keeping on the ground. He defends that one.
And Reece Cordeaux's just having a word again, having a smile and a laugh.
Why don't you whack it over there this time? Vinny's just saying, go on, Reece, get back here,
down,
Reece.
saying, whipping it all day.
Yeah.
Keep going, keep the over rate moving along. 31 in over number 6.
Yep.
143 the target.
Here comes Cordeaux again. Past Booth. Bowls. And that's just played into the cover region. It's filled by Wind Cup. No run.
2 balls to go in this over.
There's a few drops are starting to fall now. See how long they keep going. Here comes Cordeaux. Bowls. Goddard just tickles it round the corner. He'll be looking for 2, but probably just the 1.
Just the 1.
And it's off the bat.
Pereira chasing that one.
Which brings Small onto strike. to bowl to small. Comes in, bowls. And he's tried to heave that, and he's going to go as far as short mid-wicket. 7 off the over. He's now got 3 overs, 1 for 14.
I just want to clarify something that Mick raised with us earlier on when Mick was on commentary during the Mornington bowling.
Yep.
Just talking through some of the Sri Lankan players for Miraduck, and of course we mentioned Pereira and Premathalaka and the opening batsman in Lianaj.
Yeah.
Finally got that one right. And the final one who came in, I think he batted out number 10. He was not out at the end. And SK, his first 2 initials, then his Dasanayaka, which we knew.
Yep.
But he does have another name, which I think is his middle name, Madiyanan Seliga.
Good Lord.
So that one really gets mentioned.
Why can't they just...
Dasanayaka is, I think, an easier one to pronounce. But
why can't they just go Smith and Jones?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Williams, Bowen, Sussex.
Well, it was easy with Indians when they had a lot of Singhs playing, because
you just use their first name.
Yeah, or the other great Sri Lankan name, De Silva. I mean, there's plenty of De Silvas, and that one's we can cope with that, but we can't cope with too many of the. And I was told once by Sri Lankan, the emphasis is on the 3rd syllable in the name. And you try and do that in your head when you're reading it and try and get it out loud. It's true, but it doesn't help me.
Wincup's bowled the first 2 balls for no score.
Yeah, he's.
No wonder Richie Bennett used to get all the commentary team together and start going through the Indian names and the Sri Lankan names and how to pronounce them. And
I think that was the 12th man that did that. Oh, that one's
kept low.
Past the keeper. I'm not sure whether there was any bat on it or not, but it's gone for 4. And called off the bat. Yep.
Yep, off the bat. Right, it's over. It's an inside edge. Takes the score along to 36.
Okay, for Bunny now 4 for 85 off 30 overs, so 20 off 10. Should be all right.
They're making it interesting. I'll give them that much.
Well, sometimes rain or clouds moving in your direction makes you accelerate a little, and maybe it's one of the wickets doesn't count because I just threw him in there. Yeah.
In comes Wincup now, bowling to Goddard. He tries to dig out a drive and only gets as far as no one. In the short cover region for no run. Boots keeping his eye on the weather.
Yeah, we've had 3 of those 8 minutes, so he's just double checking and reassessing whether it's going to hit there or not. It's definitely on the way, Pete says. It's definitely on the way. Is it about to knock on the door, Pete? It's not far away from knocking on the door.
Here comes Wincup now, bowls to Goddard, who drives nicely through the
that's
covers.
That's a lovely shot.
That's a beautiful shot.
Spoke's been a pretty handy pick-up for the club, isn't he?
Picks up a very comfortable 2. Takes the score along to 38.
So Neil Ashley for Victoria on debut made a 50.
Who
Still
was that?
in.
Who was that?
Neil Ashley.
Who's Neil Ashley?
Well, he playing with Casey.
Oh, is he?
He just got selected. We were talking to Jackson Fry about him.
Oh, right.
3 for 119. Where are we? That's Rob Brewer. That's Sky. 3 for 100. 19. Chasing 132.
And I bet you there's plenty of overs left over too.
Well, yeah, they're not going to die wondering they want to get there if they get there, I guess.
That'll be a good win over YC too.
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be Cordeaux again he'll be bowling to small this time.
In fact, just about every team in the subbies is looking stronger this year, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan, Sky have struggled for wins so far. They might get one today, but they don't look dramatically weaker than last year. Perhaps Goppy, who was a very good bowler for them, they might miss him, but they technically on paper, looking at some of the quality of some of the recruits, they could be better.
Edra Singer's the one that's really got to get going.
Yep.
There's a Pereira down there, I think.
Yeah, and another fellow who actually played a fair bit of first-class cricket and does a bit of keeping for them. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty handy with the bat too. Oh, that's been hit very nicely back over Reese's head. Just a little bit wide of it for 4 runs.
Okay, so that we've got to remember that Bonio Ballon Park game has been reduced to 36 overs as well.
Yep.
So Bonio needs 6 runs off 22 balls. Should get that. And they've got Jarvis Anderson and Caelan O'Connor in, both 2 good bats.
Well, Jarvis Anderson can finish it in 1 whack.
Well, that's right, yeah. So you'd hope that they just do it in 1s and 2s, do it the sensible way. 6 off 22, that would be 3 from 3 if that happens for Bonio.
Cordo comes in, bowls, and is defended by Small nicely. Good reply from Cordo.
Yep.
There it is now.
Oh, that rain, it's just...
I thought it was the rain coming on the tin roof, but
well, for a moment there.
It was just a car driving past.
Yeah. So it's walking up the driveway, it's getting ready to knock on the door, that rain. It's not that far.
Here comes Cordo.
Oh.
He's been put down.
A dive,
It would have
full
been
length, it would have been an absolute ripper if he hung on to
would have been
that.
an absolute blinder.
Got a bit of his hand to it, great effort. That's, I think it's...
Yeah, go on, Neil, take a pick.
That's the name that I had trouble with, his long extra name. It's SK. SK. Great effort.
Yeah, no, brilliant effort.
I don't know if they've got anybody taller they could have put out there, apart from Kenny Crimmon, who's just watching.
It's going to cost him $5, but.
Ooh. Oh, that one's into the gap.
Yep.
A thick edge there from Goddard, running hard. And this will be interesting because at some stage you're going to have to make a bit of a move with their bowling, or they just keep their best couple on and with a view to the weather, because they could have some difficulties with their 5th bowler, but if it doesn't come to 5, then you put your best bowlers on and see if weather's going to intervene.
Well, I think I just got to stick with what they got at the moment.
Yeah. Here's Reese. Oh, yeah, polishing the ball, that's good. Well, he's probably just drying it, really. But
yeah. And he comes again, bowls a Goddard. Who drives it nicely through,
lovely
just
shot.
wide of mid-off.
Good footwork
It's going out to the boundary. I don't think it'll get there.
Oh, well stopped.
Yeah.
Yep, he stopped, picked up, came in, did it all well, and
3 to Goddard.
Very good 3 to Goddard. So we're down to about, 95 to get. And the way they're going, we wouldn't need the full complement of overs because they're racing along in 8 overs now. So you wouldn't need all 32. But they still might need 15 to 18 of them. And if there is a bit of rain, as Pete's checking on the radar. There's a car in the effects mic, it's not rain.
Every time the car goes past, I'm thinking, oh, it's on the tin roof.
Old Peninsula 4 for 59 off 15. So there's a bit of a recovery there.
Oh, Wing Cup's getting ready to come in to bowl to Goddard. They're just getting the field set. Keeper goes back to his position.
That a wind there to Bonio, but look at it. Yep.
Oh, that would have been run out. But he's 3 for the single. So Bonio's cracked a win.
Yeah, it's 3 from 3 for them. The other teams who were undefeated coming to this round were Balnarring and Toot. Whether it's going to be an issue in that game. And Mount Martha, who were playing Pearsdale.
Oh, and Reese has missed. Win Cup now. Everybody's dried the ball for him. He's given it a bit of a rub as well. Comes in, bowls a small, right arm over the wicket. Small
Ooh.
gives him a charge and goes whack. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, that was a shorter one. It's lost that little bit of zip it had before, so now the bowler's going to have to adjust and get back to that full Yorking length. They've that little bit that they had from the ball skidding off the wet pitch is now gone out of the game. The ball is probably a little softer.
Yeah, it's getting
so you've got to get up Yorking lengths all the way. And yes, a win to Bonio. We see that up on the screen. They'll be very pleased. Here, 53.
In comes Win Cup now. Bowls.
Oh, well placed. That's a nice
that'll be
shot.
4 runs. Down
Nice
through the gully region. Takes the score along to 57. Going on very nicely, Small is.
Baxter and Pines game's officially a draw, as was the Long Island and Sorrento game, and the Lang, Warren and Baden Powell game. So it's only the Red Hill Old Peninsula game that's still alive in provincial.
We've got Small on 22. We've got Goddard on 25.
In this division, Peninsula Division, Mount Eliza and Flinders a draw. Mount Eliza had 202 on the board. Tigers and Somerville a draw. This game alive. And Dramanis had 197. Heather was really struggling at 540 just before. So we'll keep an eye on that one while we're on air, while the rain keeps just away. Won't be long. Pete's smiling at me every time I talk about the rain keeping away. And looking at district, whoops. And
bit of a false start there from Win Cup.
Bob Wilson making the point that if they were able to reduce overs in the middle of a game, that they'd be in a position to play out the Long Island Sorrento game, but they called off because there was no chance of actually getting the overs through. But if they had a position of being able to reduce it during the game,
yeah, which is what we were talking about,
it would have been clear enough to have got more overs in. So yeah, that's the interesting one. And Carrum, 9 for 48, chasing Carrum Downs 5 for 157.
9 for 48.
9 for 45. Imlac's 3 for 2 and Lynch 4 for 17. Wow. Crib Point Main Ridge was washed out, didn't even get a start. Rosebud had 200 on the board. We'll do an update on that one soon. And Seaford against Ellicott Park had 190 on the board.
I still like Carrum Downs. They got to be going in favourites this year, even though they dropped the first game. They came back
no
pretty strong with
that,
1 for 100 and plenty.
Yep.
Young Imlac, he's not a bad little left-arm bowler either.
Bowls all right every time I've seen him. Looks very, very handy.
Carrum would be very disappointed with their output. 9 for, what was it, 9
48.
For 48.
Wow, yeah.
In comes Cordeaux. Goddard gives him a 1-2-3 walk.
Yeah.
Hits it pretty hard down the mid-on, but takes the single on the run.
So they've really got to think of something different here. It's become a bit easier for the batsmen. So if you've got a spinner, you use them now and hope that the ball's grippable.
Otherwise, it could be over and done with very quickly.
Well, that's right. 160, target 143, flying along.
And Pete's prediction is late.
But it is still well on the way.
Like a good set of in-laws, never on time.
Well, you prefer that, Donnie. Bobby, don't you?
Yeah,
Rob, I mean.
Yep.
Yeah, it's much happier that way. Ooh.
Good just back to him. Yeah, I suppose one of the really lucky things about having the relatives living where they are is they can't pop in every other day. One in Canberra, one in...
I was going to say, the interstate, are they?
Yeah, one in Port Phillip in Sydney. The other one in Nimbin. Another one in Mount Isa. Good places.
Oh, good spots for a visit, but yeah, you're right.
Just
Not much dropping it. Let's got
through.
He made a bit of a meal of that in the field. He sort of went down to block it, and then it bounced just in front of him, and he was in no man's land in the field.
Yeah, it's one of the good things about Joe's side of the family. They don't live in Victoria. But it's good fun. No, it's good fun when they catch up because it makes it all much better.
Oh, you've got so much to talk about.
Yeah, and so much to drink about. It's Cordeaux now coming in, bowling to Small, who defends. This time take no single. Score 1 for 62. And we're into the 10th over. So the run rate, not a problem. And it's raining.
And you doubted Suss, didn't you?
Oh, I didn't doubt Suss at all.
Oh, that's all right.
I'll just cover the book. Any chance 3R double B can go out and buy
no. Got no money. Oh, an awning?
A marquee?
That's true. Which is a chance now that it's started.
Yeah, Cordeaux now bowling to Small. Just hits it straight down the ground, but there's a man down a deep long on, but they might get two here.
Oh,
they will. There's a misfield.
There's almost three if they. No, that's right. He got rid of it pretty quickly. So good two. And they're still looking very good.
And the score is now 1 for 64 off 10.
So Hastings were 1 for 67 off 20, but the score they're chasing from Rosebud is 216.
It's going to be Win Cup again to keep going.
And Sky 4 for 110. Their target's 133.
I should get that.
Should. So they're hanging on here just in case it just stays at this level, doesn't get any harder, the rain.
Well, the umpires are true to their word.
Oh, if it goes off, they said they had the agreement of the captains that that would be the end of it.
Yeah.
And I can sort of understand that a bit.
Oh, I can.
But it's just drizzly stuff at the moment. Hasn't quite got dark yet.
Vinny Booth at his age, he should be coming off now. At his age, you don't want to be getting wet.
He'd have a clean. He'd have a warm pair of socks in the car, I would think. Dry socks.
Shout for old
Big
B.
appeal, not interested.
Shout for run out!
And it's got him.
Got him on the run out.
Wow, so running away from the appeal. Had it hard to turn around, and a good bit of fielding there. Knocked the stumps down. Yep, good decision.
I think that was...
And he wasn't at all concerned. He just turned. He just went off. He knew he was short, so a good bit of fielding. 2 down now.
2 for 64.
And this is the 11th over, I think.
Yep.
Right?
So it's Goddard gone. Smalls on 24, 26, 27.
Old Peninsula 4 for 70 off 18. Chasing 140, they're going to get up. That's what I suspect.
Yeah, is this Zach Garnett come in? I think it is.
Pretty sure, but I'll just
check with Bossy.
I'll get confirmation with the Mayor of Mornington. So 80 required from 30 overs. That part's easy.
Yep.
Getting him in before the rain is the
Hard part.
challenging part. Whincup on there. He's adjusted his length. That's good. First ball right on the money. So Garnett and Panich would probably be next up. Would be Tom Panich. He's a very handy player too, captain of their T20 side, and really coming along as a batsman.
Right on the mark here at the moment is Whincup. Comes in there right home over the wicket, bowling to Garnett. He drives it back to the bowler for no run. It's getting a bit darker now.
Yep.
Just to bother using a white ball.
And confirmed by the President. Thanks, Mick. It is definitely Zach Garnett, given away when all the teammates out here called him Zach.
Yeah, that's a good point too, yeah. Come on, Zachy. Yes. Whincup gets the ball back, then drops it on the ground. Now he's got to give it a bit of a dry again. Comes in bowling to Garnett, bowls.
Oh,
and he's trying to hit that all over the place,
head,
but missed.
Head moved too much for that one. Keep your head still. Zach didn't bounce much either, but certainly head was moving around a bit, made it very, very difficult.
Score remains at 2 for 64. Going to be Reece Cordeaux to keep bowling.
Gee, Carib have stretched it out now, 9 for 62. So the last two in, Rayner is on 11 not out, and Rory Brown on 5 not out. 12 overs to go. They're
in trouble.
90 runs to get, 1 wicket in hand. They're not going to do that, but they're just hanging on at the moment.
They're just praying for rain.
Maybe that's what it is.
Play for rain.
Clow's got a couple of wickets. 2 wickets and 3 balls for Red Hill.
Oh, that's all right. Peter's young son?
Yeah, and in fact I had a bit of a look when they played Dramana Tuesday in the T20.
Yep.
And both the Clow boys were there, and yeah, looked pretty handy. They looked pretty good.
Comes Cordeaux now, bowls to Small and defends.
Yeah, there's they're starting to get a bit of chatter going now, Murdoch. I don't know whether that wicket made them feel better, but or Reece has just tried to impose himself on the game. So Old Peninsula 6 down, 6 for 72. So with Clow getting those.
They're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, after I just said, gee, they could get up from there, but losing 6 quick wickets.
It's a nice shot by Small down the ground. And, yeah, Garnett's called him through because of the misfield. Reese isn't happy.
Six.
Here comes Cordo now. Bowls the Small. Tickles it down a fine leg. It's a bit of a chase for Williams. He decided to come.
Yeah. Had a pink, but he was safe anyway. Good running.
Yep.
And one thing the rain has done, it's made it a bit more interesting, because otherwise you'd be thinking, well, plenty of overs, they'll pace themselves, get those runs, and it'll be a comfortable win for Mornington. But now you've got that added element of, will they make it in time? They've got to keep the pressure up.
Can we keep the scorebook dry?
Well, we know the answer to that, Rob.
Yep. It's one. And they're
another
coming back
crack.
for two.
Has to be a good throw, and it's not. That's the other thing, running these twos, it throws the pressure back on the fieldsman, and there's not a lot of guys who can pick the ball up, nail the throw, and nail the pickup.
All in one hit.
All in the one hit. Very rarely happens. Especially, and it's worse in the rain.
Small's moved along to 33.
Mind you, I wouldn't be taking on Justin Grant.
No.
I think he might get you.
And they just take a lazy single, moves along to 34. The score moves along to 71. Probably a bit more, actually. Oh, no, 71.
So those clouds have arrived. Didn't quite have as much precipitation as it looked on the radar, but there's still a little bit around. Is it going to be enough to prevent the game from concluding? Yeah.
Garnett comes on the strike now. They're just rearranging the field a bit. Keeper's come up to the stumps, has he? Or is he just no, he's just rearranging the field. Everybody's rearranging the field out there.
Yeah.
Here comes Cordo now, bowling to Garnett. Gets a bit of it under edge. 7 off the over. He's got 1 for 36 off his 6 so far. And the score is 2 for 71 off 12.
A win to Carrum Downs. Carrum 10 for 62. Imlac 4 for 8. Lynch 4 for 17.
Good win.
Great win, especially when they looked like they might have been struggling a bit. So we're down to the YCW Sky game still going.
Yep.
Red Hill and Old Peninsula still going.
Yep.
We're going here. It's all really up to the rain. It's sort of hovering around. We know that the rain just about wipe out any of the games. Dramana and Heather Hill were still going. And Heather Hill in a fair bit of trouble. They'd be hoping to hang on. See, I remember playing Heather Hill once from Borneo, going back to when they had Spider Hills playing there. And the first day was about 110, and we were out in the field. And I tell you what, they must have made 180 in the last hour. They ended up 310, and they're smacking the ball around. And the next day comes out gloomy like this, and we were, I reckon, 8 for 120, and the rain called it off, and we got a draw out of it. I said, well, thanks. Take that, they murdered us.
Yeah, sometimes, depending on which side, you work out where God is sometimes.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't neutral that weekend. Well, he sort of was, because everything went against us, but scrounged out some points in the end. So, yeah, sometimes things like that happen.
Comes Wink up now, bowling to Small. And just drives in the short cover regions for no run. And comes Wink up again, over the wiggity bowls. That's driven to the cover. They'll get one at least as the fieldsman comes off the cover boundary.
It's interesting. You can actually learn a bit about the season even from a draw when you play bits of them. You know,
Yeah.
Mount Eliza, their batting now is looking a lot stronger this year. Mornington looked pretty good.
Yep.
Even, you know, there's the potential for a draw here. The Mount Eliza Flinders game was definitely a draw.
I think every game you sort of learn something.
Yeah.
You know, like even the Carrum Downs game, you know, they put a score up and they can defend that and bowl well. And Carrum obviously struggled.
Tyab 6 for 116, chasing 120. So you'd think they'll get there from there.
Yeah, you'd think so.
They seem to be a lot better at chasing, actually, Tyab. Sometimes they pace themselves quite well. So you've got
Yeah.
to bat very well if you're going to bat first.
Yeah, we've got to change a bowler here.
In that very bright-looking scoreboard. Grand Hotel, Mornington.
Is this
and the Mornington Hotel also supporting the football, the cricket club here.
Is this Apapopolopolo, whatever his name is?
Yes. Correct. What do you want me to tell you how to spell his names? Whatever it was, yeah. Dasanayaka.
Dasanayaka.
Yep. Got quite a few A's. If you're looking for a vowel each time, pop an A in when you're spelling his name and you're pretty close.
That's near enough, mate.
Yeah, you've done very well. I'm impressed.
It fitted in.
And
yeah, bounces off the fieldsman. They'll take a single.
And clearly he wasn't trying to give it a rip, so I think there's issues gripping the ball there because that was
I think he's just going to roll
down the seam and full.
I think he's just going to roll it out of his arm, I think.
So, Delicum, 4 for 109 off 20, chasing the 190 set from Seaford. That's game on.
Yep.
Again, weather's the question there.
They might get a third here if they giddy up. Yeah, they will. 3 buys. 3 wides plus 1's 4. Call it a wide. So 4 wides.
Sky need 3 runs to win.
One to Garnett.
So 2 for 77. Should win unless the rain gets in the way. In about 8 or 9 minutes for radio listeners, we'll be passing to Julie Clark in the studio. And
for those online, you still got us.
You can still watch as long as it's bright enough. Just a hint of lightness popped into the ground then.
Here comes Dasanaki.
He was happy that the ball got past the keeper, so he sort of gave
a yell.
Half a yell.
He caught it on the full. Dasanaki again. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling a small. He just dabs it down to third man for 1 run. brings Garnett back on the strike. No, Benny's not interested. 7 off the over.
So just looking how today's results might impact on the ladder. Langwarren are on top at the moment, but they'll just share the points, so they'll go to 36. Old Peninsula, if they can win against Red Hill, will be equal on points and have a higher percentage. So they'd move to top. If Red Hill get a win, they're currently sitting in 3rd position. So that would make them 30. They would move to 2nd, and Old Peninsula would slip down to 3rd. Everybody else, Long Island, Baden-Powell, Sorrento, Pines and Baxter all remain in the same position. It would have been handy for Baxter to get a win against Pines because they've got a worse percentage and they're equal 7th and 8th at the moment. So they needed them, and it was a reasonable effort, but looked like that one has missed out as well for the weather. Tigers at the moment and Heatherhill were the 2 undefeated sides in Peninsula Division. Tigers a washout.
Yep.
Heatherhill still could lose to Dramana. So if they get a draw, they'll hold on to 2nd spot. Mornington, if they get a win here, would come up equal to perhaps to Heatherhill, depending on whether they win or lose, but they'll secure 3rd spot. Mount Eliza 6 points, they'll go to 18. Dramana, if they get a win, jump ahead of Mount Eliza. A bit stiff for Mount Eliza, make 6 for 200 and look all right, and actually could drop a position. Flinders 6 points, possibly save them, 18 points. Somerville needed the points desperately. If Muridoc miss out here, they'll be on the bottom on their own. If they can share the points, they'll be still equal on points with Somerville, but behind them in percentage. So that's the trickiest division to really look at.
Yes.
In district. The Delicate Park game, gosh, that can go anywhere, I guess. That's they're going very, very well against Seaford. If they get the runs up, they stay on top. Main Ridge share the points again. Carrum getting beaten will drop out of the 4. Rosebud either way will either beat Hastings or they get points and they go ahead of Carrum. Carrum Downs go ahead of Carrum as well. Seaford depends whether they win or not on that one.
Yeah.
And Crib Point haven't got any points, but they've just finally got their first lot of points by sharing the points with Main Ridge. So much better percentage than Hastings, but they could well end up equal with them on points and ahead of them on percentage. Sub-districts, too hard to say about the Balnarring Tookook situation. It's a bit tough.
Yep.
Sky have had a win now. Bonio are undefeated. Mount Martha, that's an interesting battle going on, so a long way to go. We won't know that one for a while. Bellum Park will slip out of the 4 with their loss today. Rye could get overtaken because Tyre looked like they could beat them there.
Yep.
Sky getting 6 points will get up equal with a couple of the other teams. They'll be up in the mix. YC missing out. Pearcedale sitting on the bottom at the moment, but have played some reasonable cricket. Might actually pinch a win against Mount Martha. So that again, it's a massive. The only thing we know in that division at the moment is that Bonio are definitely undefeated, and others could join them.
There really hasn't been enough games played
Exactly
to sort
right.
of try and gauge what's going on. Now, like nobody's played a 2-day game yet.
No, that's right. And, I think you've got to see at least two-day games before you can start to form opinions, I reckon.
So I reckon it could be before Christmas before you could even say, what's going on.
Yeah. Type are now 8 for 120. Scores are equal and they've got 8. Old Peninsula, 8 for 83.
They're struggling. They're done.
Yeah, in a bit of trouble, aren't they? Only rain saves them from here. Yes. So old Peninsula wanting rain, 8 for 83, chasing 140. Here Mornington 2 for 83. They don't want rain. They want enough time to get the last 60 overs.
Yeah.
60 runs, I should say, with plenty of overs to go. We're in over number 16 at the moment. End of this over, Julie will be in the studio. We'll hand over to Julie Clark for the radio audience, and we'll keep streaming for a little bit longer, as long as Pete can get the cameras to be bright enough. It's getting a little dull and a little damp. If it gets heavier, they'll pull the pin, but just staying with little spits of rain around like it is at the moment.
Nuisance rain.
Nuisance rain. They probably just hang on. It adds that extra bit of interest, excitement.
Here comes Desinaki, bowls to Garnett, who goes down the pitch, pushes it to mid-on.
Batting really well.
Just take the one.
Small batted well. Small is batting well. Goddard batted well for his 27. Hockey looked all right, and it's probably his lowest score for the year too. He batted real well other games, in 87 in the T20, and a couple of decent scores in the earlier games that were played. And the rain is just looking a little heavier.
I'm about to give this scorebook away.
Oh, I think you better try to get under cover, Rob. How are we going to go here? Skidded through to the keeper. No run. 2 for 86 remains in over number 16.
Yep.
And umpires are looking around a bit. Vinny's looking around a bit. Pete's checking the radar, Pete, and saying the same thing you've said for the last half hour. It's here, and it's not a thin one. It's got a bit more behind it.
Those drops are getting heavier.
They are getting heavier, and we're going to get to that stage where it might be stopping. End of that over, 2 for 87. Warrington in a good position, but we look like we're about to stop. Julie, into the studio, over to you. And if you want to keep watching, it's stream time.
That's it.
They're coming off. They are coming off, and this could well end up at the end, sort of the signalling from the umpires. I think that was the agreement they had, that if another one would stop it. Last time it was off for a fair bit, and between now and 7 o'clock, all of a sudden, if you lose 15 or 20 minutes and it takes you 20 minutes to get the ground ready again, you don't have enough time to make those remaining 60 runs, Rob.
Bad luck.
That's just all over, I think.
Just bad luck all over, red or over.
So, just quick wrap. Old Peninsula in trouble. We'll keep an eye on that one. Sky did get a win. Bonio got a win. Tyre probably just scraping for a win. They need one run. Got a couple of wickets in hand.
Yep.
And also in that grade, where are we? Well, we haven't heard much from the Balnarring Tookaroo game.
No, the Wi-Fi's down.
The Wi-Fi was down. It was 24 over game, and it would have had to go through till almost 6 anyway. The way the weather was looking when we popped in this afternoon, you wouldn't imagine that once there was a bit more rain, that wouldn't be the end of things. So, look, thanks for being with us at the
very wet Mornington ground.
Absolutely. I think next week it's who did we say it was?
Heather Hill.
Mount and Heather Hill. Heather Hill Mount Eliza at Heather Hill, which should be an absolute cracker. We'll be with you then.
Is that the start of a 2-dayer?
Probably not. Bad time we had one though. And of course the cricket show will be on again next Saturday morning, and probably be streaming it live. We anticipate Wednesday, because otherwise AJ won't be able to join us.
Thursday down at
And Thursday Toot something's happening, or Bonio or something. What was that thing? All right, but we do it without without AJ, maybe.
I'll
We'll drag AJ in.
I'll
all right.
step in for you.
Okay, but yeah, well, we'll have to see where we go. Rob, we'll let everybody know during the week what's happening there, but it will be streamed. It'll be repeated in the Saturday morning. We'll have some live guests following that. So,
and for the baseball lovers, the Phillies up.
The Phillies
taking the first one, which is what I said this morning. If they get one out of the first two,
yeah, they're going to
go home with a lot of confidence.
And that's the first game that the
Astros
have lost in the postseason for the major league. All right, so thanks for being with us, and stay tuned. We'll get all the information to you as it arrives for the cricket.
And hopefully sometime this week the sun will come out.